My name is Cathy Guthrie and I'm the chairman today. This will be the first virtual planning meeting conducted by Mid Suffolk District Council, and I'm sure you will understand, despite much preparation and practice, there might be a few hiccups and glitches along the way. I hope you will forgive us for them. With a fair wind and good internet connection, we should be able to successfully achieve the business of the day. Moving on. Welcome to this meeting of the Development Control B Committee, the first virtual meeting conducted by Mid Suffolk District Council. May I first of all remind you of some domestic arrangements. Please ensure that microphones are muted when you are not speaking, that you do not interrupt the other speaker. Members are reminded not to use the messaging chat function during the meeting unless it is to report a pecuniary, non-pecuniary interest or to notify the chair that you wish to make a proposal. Members are reminded that they should not have alternative communication lines open, i.e. Skype chats, and that if you are contacted by a third party during an application, you should bring this to the legal advisor's attention. That if you are attending the meeting to speak and persistently interrupt the meeting, you may be asked to leave. Additionally, you will be invited to speak and ask questions by the chair of the meeting. Please await your turn. I would like to remind everyone present that this meeting will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeated viewing. The whole of the meeting will be recorded, except where there are confidential or exempt items. If you make a representation to the meeting, you will be deemed by the Council to have consented to being recorded. By entering this meeting as a speaker, you are also consenting to being recorded by the Council and to the possible use of those sound recordings for webcasting and/or training purposes. The Council, members of the public and press may record, film, photograph or broadcast this meeting when the public and press are not lawfully excluded. During this meeting, we will also be observing the minute silence at 11 a.m. to remember all the healthcare and other key workers that have lost their lives to coronavirus. I will now make the introductions. Philip Isbell, Chief Planning Officer, Sustainable Communities. Ian Dupre, Legal Officer. Robert Carmichael, Governance Support Officer. Sian Bunbury, Senior Planning Officer. Catherine Hale, Acting Senior Planner. We also have Tegan Chenery from Heritage. We have Councillor Mrs. Penny Otten and Councillor John Matheson. We also have members of the committee, and as I move over to the agenda, they will be introduced. We move on to the agenda. Apologies for absence and substitutions.
Thank you, Chair. We don't have any at the moment. However, we have just been made aware that Councillor Norris has dropped out from a power cut. So I believe that my colleague Mandy is just trying to reconnect with him, but so he cannot join at the moment. So, Chair, if you would, it's up to yourself whether we want to wait and see if we can reconnect him or to carry on where possible.
I think if at this moment, as it is purely the agenda, we can carry on because we're moving very closely to the 11 o'clock when we will have a minute's silence.
If I may, Madam Chairman, I agree. I think it's obviously Councillor Norris can't participate in any business that he hasn't heard, but if we if we can carry on with the formalities and hope we can reconnect him quickly, I agree with that.
Thank you for that help. So
there were no apologies,
I now
Chair.
ask for...
So just go back to that
Thank
point.
you. And so would you do a roll call of the members present, please?
Thank you, Chair. So, Councillor James Carston.
Present.
Councillor Peter Gould.
Present.
Councillor Guthrie.
Yes, I'm here.
Councillor Humphreys.
Present.
Councillor Mellon.
Present.
Councillor Norris, as we have covered just now, just been also informed that it's quite a large power cut in the whole Needham area, so we'll come back to that shortly. So, Councillor Stringer.
Present.
Councillor Warboys.
Present.
Councillor Matheson.
Present.
And Councillor Otten.
And I notice for item 2 to receive declarations of pecuniary and non-pecuniary interest by members. And Councillor Stringer, would you like to speak on your declaration?
Well, the details are all in the declaration. My brother-in-law lives along Mill Road at Buxhall in Crown Cottage, which is listed on one of the maps. It's not close to the proposed development, but it is in the same road. So I declare that just in the interests of transparency.
That's very helpful. Thank you, Councillor. Declarations of lobbying. There would appear to be none. Declarations of personal site visit. Again, there appear to be none. Confirmation of the minutes of the meeting held on the 4th of March. And members have had a copy of these minutes. So are there any points of accuracy that need amending? There would appear to be none. Can I have a proposer for the minutes, please?
Happy to propose the minutes, James Caston.
Thank you for that. And can I have a seconder, please?
Happy to second the minutes, Councillor Peter Gould.
Thank you for that. Robert, can you now do a roll call just for the approval of the minutes, please?
Thank you, Chair. So, if you could please answer for, against or abstain. So, Councillor James Carston.
For.
Councillor Peter Gould.
For.
Councillor Guthrie.
For.
Councillor Humphreys.
For.
Councillor Mellon.
For.
Councillor Norris, as we have, sorry, apologies, Councillor Norris is not here for that part. Councillor Stringer.
For.
And Councillor Warboys.
For.
So that is carried, Chair, unanimously.
Thank you for that. The minutes of the meeting have been confirmed and will be signed at the next practicable opportunity. Item 6. To receive notification of petitions in accordance with Council's petition scheme.
None received, Chair.
The schedule of the planning applications I propose will be taken in the following order. Item 7B, DC 19057661, land to the south of Mill Road, Buxhall, where Penny Otten is the ward member, Councillor Otten is the ward member. And the second one will be 7A, DC 18044491, land adjacent to Buxhall Lodge, Buxhall Road, Great Finborough, and Councillor Matheson is the ward member. Can we just pause at this point and find if we have got Councillor Norris back in any way, shape or form? Can he join by his mobile phone to the meeting?
I'll just ask my colleague now. Also, just to note is that the supporter, Dr. David Hickey, has also dropped out, so we'll try and re-establish connection with him as well.
I wonder if we should now pause the live streaming because we are heading to 9:55, and we do have a couple of problems with people able to be in the meeting, and we will be heading to the 11 o'clock. Ian Dupre, do you agree with that approach?
I think it's 10 o'clock first before we.
Oh, it's the 11 o'clock meeting. I beg your pardon.
Sorry,
yes, you're quite right.
Just to note as well, Dr. David Hickey has just rejoined. Dr. Hickey, could you please make yourself known that you can hear us and that you can speak to the meeting, please?
Robert, can you just try and confirm with Dr. Hickey again? Do you have an alternative contact for him?
Yes, well, I don't have an alternative contact. However, we do have the dial-in. As well. If I just unmute Dr. Hickey first, just to check. So, Dr. Hickey, can you hear us now? Could you please respond if possible? No. Okay.
So if I may come in, we've definitely unmuted Dr. Hickey. He's not accidentally muted. All right. Okay. Thank you.
I unmuted the microphone there in that instance as well. What I will now ask is, I will send Dr. Hickey an email, basically. So if you can hear us now, then we've got a guest now in.
Yes.
Is that Dr. Hickey?
Ah.
Hello.
Brilliant.
Hello, I'm here.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. The only person.
So when you're not. Sorry, Robert, you were going to say?
I was just going to say the only other person that we can't establish connection to now is Councillor Norris.
But can Dr. Hickey now mute his microphone, please, because it needs to be muted until you need to speak.
I'm on the phone, so I don't know what to do.
That's all right. I can control that chair from here. So
thanks so much.
Right, thank you. So, Ian, we've still lost Councillor Norris. What would your advice be?
Madam Chairman, yes, I think possibly, yes, we've got some time to spare, if I can use that word, before the 3 minute the silence at 11 o'clock.
Yes, it's 11 o'clock, not 10 o'clock. My mistake. Yeah. So
mine too. I think we need. I mean, I know it kind of well, these things are bound to happen. I think we should perhaps, if we do pause the live stream and spend a little time, Robert can try and see if we can possibly reconnect Councillor Norris. If this power cut is a lot of people for a little while in Needham, we may have to lose him for at least for one item. But I think Robert, if my colleague Robert, with our other colleagues' help, can see if there's any means of reconnecting Councillor Norris, as by mobile phone or whatever. We'll have.
Can I comment on this? Chairman,
Indeed, yes,
I'm looking separately at the UK Power Network's website, which notes quite a wide area of power cut in the area of Needham Market. That refers to the disruption and estimates the power will be back on between 11 and 12 o'clock.
Can I just have Ian Dupre's legal guidance? When we were given the permission to do these live streaming, is there anything that covers this unfortunate situation and that we can carry on? Could I ask Ian if he's looked at the instructions?
I think, Chairman, I don't think that the law hasn't altered the basic principles of the members being present, and when they're not, if they're late for an item or miss or don't hear some of it, they can't vote on it. I think the new legislation simply allows us to do things by by internet and phone and etc. and video, Skype, etc. So I think I was just thinking if I think it was being suggested that Councillor Norris might have a mobile that would not need, as it were, landline infrastructure. But if we can, I just think I think Rob's thinking was we shouldn't. Mr. Carmichael's thinking was we shouldn't leave Councillor Norris out unless we're absolutely sure we've lost him for the next hour or so. But I don't know if it's possible to establish that in a couple of minutes without, delaying the meeting unduly.
Yes, I'm quite happy as chairman to suspend the meeting for a short while we try and get reconnection with Councillor Norris. And Mr. Isbell, you were about to speak. Could you comment on that, please?
Yeah, happy with that, Chairman. Just wondering if it's useful if I try and make contact with him separately. I didn't know whether you were trying to do that or whether Mandy was doing that, Robert.
Hello, it's Mandy.
Yeah.
I've just spoken to Councillor Norris and he has spoken to UK Power and is not expecting his power to be back on until after 11 o'clock. So he wishes the meeting to go on without him.
Can we not get connection from him off his mobile phone?
Because he hasn't got access to his computer, he hasn't got access to the dial-in numbers either, which are on the email.
Well, I'm sure somebody could ring them through.
With that as well.
Can you email one of the officers to ring him through with the details to see if he could rejoin? Robert, what do you think of that?
If it's possible, Chair, and if he's happy to, then that's fine by myself. If we set a time then of if we give it until 10:10 and then we start then, if we haven't made connection by that point, that we will continue business. Does that sound reasonable, Chair?
Yes, that sounds reasonable. I just think that we should make every effort at the moment, please. So if you'd like to suspend the live streaming.
Yep, I will mute all participants until 10:10, as I can't exactly pause it. So I'll just mute all participants until that point.
Thank you. Right, thank you very much. So we reconvene. Would you like to just explain the situation with Councillor Norris and his response, please? Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. So we now move to the first item of the day under DC 19-05761, land to the south of Mill Road, Buxhall. And I will now invite Case Officer Sian Bunbury to introduce the application to the committee, please. Thank you, Sian.
Thank you, Chair. I'm now going to present my application and prepare the PowerPoint. Thank you. Robert, are you able to confirm that the slideshow is available for view? Okay. Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I would just like to draw members' attention to the tabled paper which has been presented, which is the most recent refusal for the planning application on this site, which is reference DC 19-03352, and I hope members have that in front of them. So I'll continue with the presentation. The application is for the erection of an off-grid sustainable dwelling with parking, landscaping, a sewage treatment plant and improved access, a garage and annex. The agent has confirmed that the proposal incorporates the use of electric cars with the availability of a log, solar panels, a Tesla power and battery storage for using the solar electricity at night, a heat recovery system and ground source heat pump. The slide in front of us puts the site marked with pink hatching in the village of Buxhall, and the application site in its context with Great Finborough off to the right and the town of Stowmarket a couple of miles further east again. The application site is shown edged in red, and this fronts Mill Road in Buxhall. There are two public right-of-ways, one which runs to the west of the application site and down from Mill Road to Brettenham Road, and a further public right-of-way which again runs to the east from Mill Road down to the church and beyond further south to Brettenham Road. This application before us today is the third for development on this site. The most recent application is the one I just referred to in terms of the tabled papers, and that was for the same site edged in red. That application was refused and is currently at appeal. The first application on the site, DC 18-05321, that extended the site further east to this public footpath and was for the whole of the road frontage onto this open meadow and paddock land which lies east of the current application site. Again, putting the site in a little bit more context, I've shown here a site opposite the site to the northeast, where two previous applications, DC 18-02098 and 1226/17, for 2 and 3 dwellings, were refused and those appeals were dismissed, and reference is made to those applications in the main body of my report. They're also referred to by the comments which we've received from the heritage team in terms of discussing the sustainability of this location and the setting of listed buildings. The site here shows the application site in the context of nearby listed buildings. Generally grade 2, which are marked in orange, a 2-star building over to the east at Maypole Farm, and the grade 1 church. The constraints map again shows the dwellings, the listed buildings, the presence of protected species, and the hatched area is a zone for wider consideration of the impact on more distant sites of special scientific interest. The green area here is the Wattisham safeguarding area for development of tall buildings, and the flood risk potential for surface water flooding, which is just on the frontage pond, but not on the main site. The aerial map shows the landscape character, the open meadow and paddock land to the east, agricultural land further to the west and the south, with the listed buildings previously referred to, which are north and east of the site. And in the wider context, you can see the slightly larger built-up area of Buxhall in this location here, the church, the commercial premises of Tomlinson Ground Care, and the larger part centred around Mill Green, a further part of Buxhall. This slide shows the proposed site layout, with the main dwelling orientated east-west roughly, with a 1-bedroom annex above, which is set approximately 25 metres back from the highway. The application involves the upgrading of this existing vehicular access, a new hedge to the eastern boundary of the site, orchard planting further east, a proposal for barn and bat boxes around the site, and for shading around the pond here to be cleared to encourage newts to lay eggs. The elevations for the proposal indicate a barn-style dwelling with black charred boarding on the roofs and continuing down, with red brickwork on the ground floor and also on the enclosing walls, described as a fold yard wall, which encloses the private garden area. And clear-story windows reinforce the floating appearance of the first floor. 48 photovoltaic panels are shown on the south roof of the garage annex building. The main house has a ridge height of 8.916 metres, 5.177 metres to the eaves, and this enclosed wall is 2.1 metres high. The next elevations, which are described as closed, and that refers to the shuttering to the first floor windows and the appearance of the proposal when those windows are covered over. So looking at the proposed floor plans, we have the ground floor and the first floor. Separating them out, the ground floor plan, again you can see the walls which enclose the private garden area. And the main dwelling here has an open plan, a main living and kitchen area, a pantry and utility room, a study, hallway and snug. And over in the garage building, there are 3 garage spaces, a hobby room, and then space for bin store and logs. The first floor plans, again on the main dwelling. This shows 5 bedrooms, 2 of which are en suite, and the 1-bedroom annex has an open plan living and kitchen area with a deck area. The next slide shows the elevations in a little bit more detail. On this gable elevation here, it shows a single black metal chimney flue, simple vertical charred timber black boards to the walls. The gable proportions and the matching barns are intended to replicate the common Suffolk proportion of barns and fold yard groupings. There are deliberately no roof lights to avoid a domestic appearance. And here you can see the sliding shutters, which are to hide the domestic appearance of the building and make the home look like a more agricultural character. The glazing generally is simple and large to appear non-domestic. And the red brick wall is proposed to have lime-coloured mortar and a double soldier course at the top. The basement plan shows a link between the house and the annex, and which provides for a plant room and storage of wine and batteries. And here we have a section through part of the proposed dwelling. Plan provided by the agent shows the site here in its wider village context. The applicant's family business at Tomlinson Ground Care is in this location here, and we have the church, the 2 public footpaths that I've referred to, and village dwellings, public house. The applicant refers to an appeal decision up here for a single dwelling. Permission that was granted here for 4 dwellings, I understand, and further residential properties. Some submitted 3D views to give an indication of how the proposal would look.
Can I just interrupt, Sian? I believe
Yes.
Councillor Matheson has a bit of a problem with his internet connection. Could Robert Carmichael advise us of this, please? Just one moment, Sian, if you would, please.
Yes, certainly.
So, Councillor Matheson, can you see the presentation before us?
No, that's the exact thing. Unfortunately, I'm getting the audio fine, but when I opened Sian's desktop, it's unfortunately blank.
Okay.
I don't think you should be opening Sian's desktop. It would have just automatically come up. Am I correct, Robert?
It should have automatically just come up, yeah. Perhaps if we try one thing is if Sian closes her desktop and reopens it, perhaps that might, if you don't mind, Sian, that would be most helpful, so that we can just ascertain that everyone can see it.
Okay, I'll end the slideshow.
Mm-hmm.
And from what I can see, it's as the papers we've got, and that Councillor Matheson should not be opening anything, just watching it, I presume. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would love to be watching it.
I know you would, but if you can just let the screens do the work for you at the moment.
Yeah. No, I'm. There's a thing called manage content, and I just tried to I've just been trying switching that on and off and so on, but all I'm getting is Sean's desktop blank.
Yeah, let's see what happens, Councillor, if you would.
Yeah,
please.
I'm watching. Yeah, I'll turn the audio off now.
I'll try and open it and share the content again. Can you see my screen, Robert?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes,
thank you.
Councillor Matheson,
right,
can you see that? Councillor Matheson. So is there anyone that, whilst we're on the topic of that, is there anyone that can't currently? I'll take that as silence. I think unless Councillor Matheson, if you want to say that you can't see it, I would say that we continue, and if there's any references to the papers, we could go look back at that possibly.
Can I suggest that if Sean is able to cross-reference to, or we are able to cross-reference to the pages of the agenda paper, so that Councillor Matheson can hear which slide we're referring to, what drawings, then there shouldn't be a disadvantage.
I agree with that.
Thank you. In terms of the presentation, I've now reached some of the photographs around the site. Shall I continue to the photographs?
I think if you just go back to just before one stage before, just one page before the thing, so that Councillor Matheson can pick it up. Well, just go back one and just pick up your comments on the previous slide, page 18, and then Councillor Matheson, I'm sure you can hear that.
Yes, this again is a slide, a document, site context plan provided by the agent, which shows the.
Sorry, Sean. That's slide 14. Sorry. That's slide 14, page 174 for Councillor Matheson. If you can look at that. Sorry about that.
Oh, sorry, I haven't got the.
No, that's all right. You carry on. That's fine.
It's okay. Yeah. So this is the site in context again. The application site here, the Tomlinson's family business to the south, the church and residential development, and then into past the public house into the core of development in Buxhall. And then I move on to some of the agent's proposed 3D views. And then I have some of my photographs of the site. The first photographs here were taken back in January on a slightly gloomy day. Towards the end of the presentation, I have some brighter photographs which were taken in connection with the previous applications on the site, and those are more of a summer and a brighter view, just to give a little bit more information. So generally the site here shows the approach towards the frontage of the site with the frontage hedge. And this is the frontage of the site, and you can see a pond here just to the side of the road. And the access is in this location here. So this is the access into the site, which is proposed to be altered to serve the dwelling, and a view into the application site from the existing field access. So this is looking south. Again, a view of the existing vehicular access. And this is the public footpath, the entrance to the public footpath, which runs down the western boundary of the site. Again, a view behind these white railings of the frontage pond, which has been referred to, and the vegetation. Looking across the pond into the site. And a view from the roadside over towards Buxhall Church Tower. So here we have the frontage of the site on the right-hand side of the photograph, and two of the listed buildings which are in the vicinity of the site fronting Mill Road. This photograph is taken from the footpath which runs north-south along the eastern boundary of the land. So the land in the foreground is that which would now be excluded from the application site, with the proposed hedge boundary roughly in this location here, and the application site itself is over the far side of this paddock field land. Again, looking from the public footpath towards north and Mill Road, and you can see some of those listed buildings opposite the site, and some of the more recent tree planting which has been undertaken in this area that's to be retained as meadow. Again, looking over towards the site, I'm afraid that one's a little bit dark, but you can see hedging on the southern boundary and the hedge that runs along the western boundary. This is part of the southern boundary of the site, and a view from that same public footpath towards the Tomlinson Lawn Care buildings, which are at the rear of the site. This then is looking further north back towards Mill Road, and the application site is the other side of this hedge in this location here. This is Coppinger Hall, or the old rectory, adjacent to Buxhall Church. And again, this is the view from the public footpath. We're back at Mill Road now, and this is the entrance to the public footpath that runs along the eastern boundary of the site to Buxhall Church, with these two listed buildings overlooking the meadowland and application site. So some slightly brighter summertime views. This is the rear boundary of the site. This is looking across the site from that eastern public footpath. One of the adjacent properties up towards Mill Road, looking over the site. Properties in Mill Road looking towards the application site. Frontage of the application. Again, a property in Mill Road opposite the site. And this is a barn opposite the site here, and the public footpath signpost which runs down the eastern boundary. The meadow to the rear of the application site, with distant views there of the church tower. This is the western boundary of the site, taken from the public footpath. And again, we're back to the application site. I think the thing to point out, Chairman, is that this is and it's referred to in the papers, that this is the third application on this site, both of which previously have been refused, and the most recent application, as I say, has gone to committee, and this is highlighted in the report. The difference with the current application from the previous one is that the ridge height has been reduced by 0.5 metres, and there's some more clarity over proposed planting in the retained meadowland. The main context for discussion here really is the setting of those adjacent listed buildings, the open nature and landscape character of the site and the contribution that that makes to the locality and the setting of the listed buildings. And then in the conclusion of my report, I refer to the need for the planning balance and weighing any adverse impacts against the benefits of the proposal. The proposal has been assessed to cause a medium level of less than substantial harm to the listed buildings, and that needs to be balanced against the public benefits. But it's felt that the proposal harms the character of the setting of the listed buildings and its rural context, and the recommendation is one of refusal. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Sian. Just one correction there. You said it's gone to committee. It's actually gone to the appeal inspector. Slip of the tongue, I think.
Oh, sorry, the previous refusal, yes, is currently at appeal.
Right. We need to move on to the questions from members, but before we do, just to pick up on a point you've made there, that Teague and the Heritage knows about the issues regarding heritage, and there does seem to be a difference of opinion between the applicants and the our own heritage officer, and so we do have a supporter, we have the architect and agent, and we also have the ward member, so all these may well be drawn out in there. So we will now go to the questions from members, and I will go down the councillors in an alphabetical order, asking if they have questions for Sian. So, Councillor Caston, do you have a question for Sian, please?
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, I just wanted to clarify when a log was mentioned with the electrical vehicle provision that the House came with. I don't know what a log is. I assume it's not the log that I'm thinking of.
Chair, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, I think the offer there is that the agent, that the applicants would offer to keep a record of the use of their electric vehicles and confirmation that they are going to utilise the electric vehicles as they are proposing to do. And if we wanted to check that that they were undertaking that, then a log of use would be available, or a log of ownership would be available.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. On slide 4 on the map, it's a flooding map. So down at the, I assume it's the south end, there's the Tomlinson's ground care site, and on there they're marked poultry houses. Are they actually poultry houses, or are they part of the Tomlinson ground care site there?
I haven't been to that particular site, but as far as I'm aware, those are old poultry houses, and that they have now been incorporated together with new build into the Tomlinson's operation.
And we have to be careful that we're talking about this site, so just make sure we stay on track with that, if you would, please.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking of the house's proximity to livestock sheds and the environmental implications, like with flies and things like that. But I'm pretty sure, looking at Google Earth, that that's not the case. It's just it's the maps wrong that we've got here. But no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Caston. Now I'll ask, does Councillor Gould have any questions, please?
No questions for me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Humphreys, any questions?
Yes, Madam Chair, just one, please. Can the officer confirm that the agent has agreed the affordable housing contribution of £26,577.50, please?
The affordable housing contribution has been agreed, but the obligation hasn't been entered into yet to sign that, but verbally and in writing, they've agreed that they will undertake that.
Thank you.
And Councillor Mellon, do you have a question, please?
No questions, Chair.
Thank you for that. And Councillor Stringer, do you have a question, please, for the officer?
Yes, Chair, I'm afraid I have several. Can I be told, it's very difficult from the plans to work out how the size of the dwelling. Could I ask how many square metres of living space, including the annex, this development is asking for? Could I also ask why our sustainability officer hasn't commented? The application is for a, quote, off-grid dwelling. Off-grid means not using public utilities. I don't have any details of water, how the water is going to be captured and used, or if they're going to sink a well or what they're going to do. And that would have been very helpful to have the comments of the officer that we employ to comment on sustainability matters. I also have a question about the power. Could I be told how many kilowatt hours are coming off the solar panels and how many in the power wall? Because there seems to be a mismatch.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm afraid I'm probably not going to be able to answer those questions immediately. Certainly in terms of the square metre of the living space, I would probably have to hunt around and see if that information is before me. The agent is here. I don't know whether he might have that information if he's given that opportunity. The sustainability officer is generally not consulted for a single dwelling, and indeed hasn't been consulted in this particular case. And again, the details of the power use, I'm afraid I haven't got those at my fingertips.
Thank you. Perhaps we can ask the applicant on that sort of information. Councillor Stringer, would that be helpful? Councillor Stringer?
Sorry, I'm surprised. I can't see why we don't ask the sustainability officer when the development is large enough to trigger an affordable housing contribution.
Well, that will be for your consideration and debate later on. You've asked the question, which is really helpful. So perhaps you can ask the question of the size of the applicant. He might be working on it now as we speak. So apart from that, have you finished with that? Because these are questions, not the debate. Thank you. Councillor Warboys, do you have questions of the officer?
No questions.
And I don't have any questions for the officer. So moving on, we now have a supporter who would like to speak. We don't have any representatives. Oh, actually, just coming back, Councillor Otten, did you have any questions for the officer? Councillor?
No questions, Madam Chairman.
Right, thank you for that. Sorry, I didn't mean to miss you out. So we don't have any representatives from the Parish Council or an objector, but we do have a supporter, Dr. David Hickey, and you have 3 minutes to address the committee. And if you just wait for a moment where Sean will get the 3-minute timer up on the screen, and we will wait until you've said good morning and that we've got you in our radar here, and then the 3 minutes you will see it ticking across the screen. Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Hickey.
My name is Dr. David Hickey. I'm a heritage consultant and I was formerly Assistant Regional Director at Historic England. I'm a national expert on the settings of historic buildings. The proposals have been carefully designed and located to create a new contemporary style sustainable residence in the village of Buxhall, which respects the village rural setting. The proposals also ensure that the setting of the nearby listed buildings are not adversely affected. The Historic England guidance on determining the setting of heritage assets states that Setting is the surroundings in which the asset is experienced, and may therefore be more extensive than its curtilage. This clearly suggests that for many heritage assets, this will only be the curtilage, but many will also include an extended area around the asset where the heritage asset will be experienced. The guidance in no way suggests that this area of the setting will be an extensive area. It has to be the area where it is experienced, and this area settings area can change over time. We carefully identified the setting of each of the nearby listed buildings and mapped the extent of these settings in accordance with the national guidelines. In the light of this heritage setting assessment, we slightly relocated the footprint of the house to ensure that it clearly lies outside the settings of the nearby listed buildings. It is regrettable that your heritage staff attending a training course where they were misinformed as how to assess such settings. After seeing the heritage team's assessment of the site, we contacted Historic England, who confirmed in writing the heritage team's misunderstanding, and we've provided you a copy of this letter. We accept that there will be changes within the immediate locality of the proposed new house. The western part of the field will change from current open grazed pasture to one of refined domestic character. The main intimate garden spaces around the wall, within the wall, will be kept to the southern side of the building. This allows the views from the sites from the north to be simply from the house, or to be simply of the house set within a larger area of trees and grassland. However, most of these views will be screened from the road by the existing hedgerow and additional trees. The new native hedgerow separating the garden from the meadow will delineate the change from domestic rural garden to the open grassland on the eastern half of the field, which will be very much as it is at present. The settings of the nearby listed buildings will not be adversely affected. There will be no heritage impact on other nearby heritage assets. The development, therefore, on balance, does not directly conflict with any local national policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hickey. And now I will go to everyone to ask questions for you. So first of all, Councillor Caston, do you have any questions for Dr. Hickey?
Am I allowed to ask whether he's a member of the public or whether he's been employed by the applicant?
Yes, you can.
I'd like to ask that, please.
Yes, I'm their heritage consultant.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Councillor Gould.
Thank you. Councillor Caston has just asked my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Humphreys.
No questions. Thank you.
Councillor Mallon.
No question.
Councillor Stringer.
No questions.
And Councillor Warboys.
Sorry, yes, just switch my mic on. Yes, just to clarify, did you consider the settings of the listed buildings individually, or was the accumulative context of those different settings?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yes, a very good question. Yes, we did. So I started off with an individual a mapping for each individual one, and then put them all together. And then this revealed that actually the site lined in red was outside the building, and the garden area was outside of all these settings.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Warboys, and thank you, Dr. Hickey, for that. And I don't have any further questions. So thank you very much, Dr. Hickey. If you would now like to mute your microphone.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And I will ask the agent, Craig Beach, to speak. And you will have 3 minutes. And again, you'll see the timer going across the screen, if you would, please. We are approaching, I have to say, the 11 o'clock very shortly, but I'm sure there's time for your 3 minutes, Mr. Beach. Thank you.
Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Good. Okay, I'll start. Good morning. This application will enable a family group who have lived in and grown a rural horticultural business in Buxhall for over 30 years to remain together within their community. With the exception of the heritage issues, all consultees have no objections to the scheme. As noted by the District Councillor, the parish have fully supported this scheme until recently. The design of the house provides a truly unique and exceptional home both architecturally and sustainably, whilst being located a short 100-metre walk from the family business. It is innovative, as this is the first time that all the renewable technologies and materials have been used together in a house. The cars in the household will be fully electric and charged via on-site electricity production and battery storage. All walls, floors and roof are highly insulated to Passive House standards. The Council's own Sustainability Officer fully supports the scheme and states that its sustainable aims have been clearly demonstrated. There are 2 recommendations for refusal listed by the Planning Officer. Firstly, affordable housing. The applicant has previously confirmed they are happy to agree a contribution to affordable housing, and this has been confirmed by Sian. Secondly, the impact on historic setting. The client's heritage expert, Dr. David Hickey, has responded to these concerns, confirming that the impact is minimal and acceptable. The creation of a black barn of traditional shape and form is something to be entirely expected within the Suffolk landscape and is a common sight in heritage settings. As such, this new dwelling will not detract. It will simply appear as a barn conversion within the village and a subtle evolution. The dwelling has been carefully designed to fit within this context. It is distant from heritage assets, some 200 metres from the Grade 1 church with intervening trees, hedgerows, field and footpath. It is 45 metres from Sawyers, the nearest Grade 2 listed building, again with mature trees, pond, road and hedging between. The two cannot see each other in summer or winter. Thus its impact is minimal and certainly not harmful. As can be seen on site in photographs and from the plans, the proposal is hidden by existing hedging and trees. Its height has also been reduced in response to the Council's heritage concerns. The site is currently a disused paddock, not farmland. A detailed landscaping scheme is provided as part of the application, with significant new planting further hiding the development from view and significantly enhancing the biodiversity of the site and encouraging wildlife. In summary, this is a truly unique and exceptional scheme. There are no objections from the Sustainability Officer, Environmental Health, Highways, Suffolk Wildlife Trust, Natural England or Historic England. The government have indicated we need 1 million new homes. Why not build at least one that is innovative, architecturally outstanding, highly sustainable and addresses the challenges of climate change whilst providing a much valued home for a local family in housing need who run a successful village business. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'm conscious of time, so we're still all right here at the moment. Can I ask questions for the Craig Beach? Councillor Caston.
No questions, Chair. Thank you.
Councillor Gould.
No questions. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Humphreys.
No questions. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Mellon. Councillor Mellon, any questions?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I have a couple. I'd like to ask the applicant's agent just to sort of explore further this idea of the house being off-grid. Can he just sort of confirm that there will be no electricity connection to the grid, and what is the situation with the sort of water? That's one question. The other question I just wanted to ask is, from the plans, it seems that there is a path sort of leading southwards towards the business site. Is it sort of an intention to create a sort of trackway directly from this site all the way up to Tomlinson Ground Care itself?
If I'll deal with the first item. The water, it's planned to sink a borehole, and that will be for all water on site. So the idea is it's an off-grid dwelling. And the second question, in terms of the path, yes, the applicants both work within the family business, and their daily commute will be across the land that they own to and from the business, which is about 100 metres to the south on foot.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Actually, we're approaching the 54 minutes, and I've just lost my screen for some unknown reason. I wonder how we can get that back. Let's see. There we are, got it back. 55. Councillor Stringer, do you want to hold your question for the moment, or will you be able to conclude the questions in 5 minutes?
I think that might be a struggle, Chair. I've still got all the outstanding questions from the officer to answer.
Well, I know Philip Isbell can come in on one of the questions you had earlier. Philip, would you like to just put your point across on that, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, Councillor Stringer, I think you asked about the power output of the solar panels. From what I can see on the application form, the application describes an output from 48, I think 320 watt panels being 15.36 kilowatts, which is described in the supporting statements of the application as being 4 times what you get from a typical array. And those would be the PV panels installed on the cart lodge. And as I understand it, you asked about internal floor, living space, didn't you? So I understand it from the SIL form, and I haven't viewed this direct, but colleagues advise me. I understand the internal floor space to that is 461 square metres described on our SIL form. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for that. I do think we should just suspend the meeting for the moment now, because we are marking down to the 10:56. What does our legal officer recommend? Before I ask Councillor Stringer to continue with his questions.
Yeah, good. Hello, Madam Chair. Yes, I see. So yes, a practical point that we can't. I mean, unless I don't know if we can just. Do you want to? Yeah, maybe if Councillor Stringer wants to put a question, and then we'll just suspend it then, because unless the answers are very quick.
Right.
Please go.
So, Councillor Stringer, if you just ask one question, we've got 3 minutes, and we can make a note of that, and then we can just take our period of silence. Thank you. Councillor Stringer, you have a question, just the one question you were going to ask, and then we'll just hold for the answer.
Yes, I will do. The power generation then in an 8-hour day, if we get 8 hours of sunshine, that's 122 kilowatts, but there's only 27 kilowatt hours of storage proposed. So I'm not quite sure what happens with the excess power.
Okay, Madam Chair, I heard that, and perhaps shall we just, if Councillor Stringer has another question, shall we note them down and then we can answer them methodically after the silence has been observed? Is that all right? We've got 1 more minute, maybe.
Yes, go for it, Councillor Stringer, if you would, please.
Yes, I will. It relates to a question I asked earlier, in that the agent was quoting from our sustainability officer, but we haven't seen that guidance.
So I've noted that. And also, do you have another question? Councillor Stringer?
Sorry.
Sorry, if you're writing it out or working it out.
Yeah, sorry, because obviously as I start getting answers, it's answering the questions. I don't have any more to date.
Right. And I think at that juncture, before we get your response, can we now just, I think, Robert, you would actually stop the live streaming, or are you just going to leave it going and just mute everybody's microphones? Robert Carmichael?
Sorry, Chair. Yep, that's what I would do. I'll just mute everyone's microphones.
If you do that for us, and we'll observe just slightly longer, but if you can just do that for us now, thank you.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you very much, everybody, and I'm sure we were all very conscious of the people for whom we were respecting. So, can we move on now and have Councillor Stringer's question? The first one was, what happens to the excess power, please? And that is for Mr. Beach. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Beach, I can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you now. Yeah.
I couldn't turn the mute off, sorry about that.
No.
It was just stuck for a second.
Apologies, I think that was myself.
Okay, thanks. So first question. I think sustainability officer, actually, yes, on this application wasn't consulted. I think previous applications was consulted, and I think by a different planning officer granted, and I think they didn't raise any issues at that time.
I think the question, can we just stick with the question, please, which was what happens to the excess power? I think that was the
I think there were two. Oh, the first.
Yeah,
first
yeah, but I don't want you to debate. I mean, it's just...
oh, no, I just thought there was a question about this. Was the sustainability officer consulted as part of the second question? Sorry.
Well, that would be for the officer, I think, rather than your...
Oh, okay, fine. Okay. Yeah, so the second question about power. Yes, there's 48 panels shown. The power that's generated by those is likely to be slightly better now. The efficiency of panels increases all the time. There are, if you look at page 22 of our design and access statement, it shows a diagram from Tesla, who've been consulted about how much battery storage would be needed, and that confirms 3 Powerwall units based on the energy use of the dwelling and the excess electricity, the other part of Councillor Stringer's question, that will go to via a system called a smart switch, which will use the electricity to run the ground source heat pump and the mechanical ventilation heat recovery system, with excess electricity being stored by the Powerwall system. So gains from the electricity generated on site will be amplified by the ground source and the mechanical ventilation heat recovery system, as well as electricity being stored in the Powerwall units. So the calculations that Tesla have done with us show, if you look at page 22, that the house will be 100% self-powered by having 3 of these units, along with the amount of photovoltaics shown and including electrical charging equipment for the cars.
Thank you for that. Councillor Stringer, you did sort of ask the agent for sustainability, but I think that really is a question for the officer. I mean, clearly the agent has given a response that it was done before and not now, and we've got all the papers here. Did you want to just ask the officer one more question about that? We'll do that in a minute. Or do you have another question? Applicant.
Yes, I do. Actually, he didn't answer my question about the power generation. He answered that 3 Powerwalls would power the house, but the power generation is far in excess of what those batteries can store. He is suggesting that then the excess power will be running the heat recovery and the heat pump. Those will be running anyway. The heat recovery system will be running 24 hours a day.
Councillor Stringer, can I ask you to make an assessment on this, because we're going really in depth into something. Well, I think you've got to make an assessment yourself. The agent hasn't given you the response you want, so we can't just keep having a debate on it. You have to make your assessment.
The other question I have for the agent is what innovations of the building? What are the foundations made of?
That's a very useful question, and perhaps Mr. Beach can answer that for us.
Yes, certainly. So the foundation of the building is effectively what's called a thickened raft. which is generally a European system, a German system. So it's a concrete raft that doesn't have deep foundations. It sits like a thickened slab to give you thermal mass for an energy efficient dwelling.
Thank you for that. And are they all your questions, Councillor Stringer?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Warboys, any questions for Mr. Beach?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And myself, I don't have any further questions for Mr. Beach, but what I would like to do is just to invite Tegan, who's our Heritage Officer, to respond perhaps to some of the issues regarding the heritage. We've got quite a lot of paperwork from her. So would you like to just make some comment on issues that have been raised, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just to respond, basically, I think the fundamental difference between the Heritage Team's assessment and the Heritage Consultants' assessment is the extent of the setting of the listed buildings. So fundamentally, we feel that the proposal site does fall within the setting of many of the heritage assets. It's clearly a dense cluster of listed buildings to the north, northeast, east and southeast of the proposal site. It's in a rural location, and we feel that the undeveloped land provides a link to that rural location, and therefore to develop the site would be harmful. And I think that's our fundamental difference there.
Thank you for that. So we can move on now to the ward member, if we may, please. Thank you, Councillor Otten.
Thank you very much, Chairman. You will have read the reasons I have called this into committee, and I stand by those. An application, as you know, was submitted and approved by Buxhall Parish Council. Then the subsequent revised application was then rejected by a new parish council. Therefore, it seemed appropriate that both sides had a chance to put their views to the committee. I see this as an excellent example of a local family connected to a long and well-established recognised business. As I said in my call-in form, I feel this would be an example of how Mid-Suffolk could support the build of an off-grid home with electric vehicles, solar panels, battery storage, much of which can be expanded upon and has been by the architect. Would this not show how the council's commitment to climate energy reduction and reduction in carbon emissions? The design is to resemble a Suffolk barn rather than a modern domestic building. The design also is, although it is a large site, the property will be in the centre, so will not be in the proximity of nearby dwellings. I am pleased to see the proposal for the site enhancement is to include only native species and to introduce more wildflower seeds and owl boxes. There are no objections from highways, and access will be by that existing. On sustainability, Mid-Suffolk gave permission for 5, I think, new buildings on land to the edge of the village. So I am surprised to see in paragraph 3.5 the statement, Buxhall being classified as a hamlet, then only small scale infill growth will be considered. There are no facilities apart from the pub, open sometimes, and a very limited bus service. Paragraph 7.2 states no harm is identified for neighbouring properties, and policy H16 seeks to protect existing amenity and residential areas. Therefore, the sole reason for refusing the application lies only with those on heritage, which is obviously a difference of opinion. And you will now have heard from Dr. Hickey from Historic England those differences between that and the council's heritage officer. I fully understand the objections made by residents who are naturally concerned at the loss of a piece of land which has been considered an important open space. Therefore, Chairman, this is the reason I've asked for this to go to committee, because I really feel that it's an opportunity for the council to look at this in detail and consider its merits in full. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Otten. Before I just go to questions for your good self, I think Mr Isbell might comment on the foundation, please. Mr Isbell?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yes, Councillor Stringer mentioned the foundations being a query he had for the agent, and I've just been reviewing the applicant's supporting statement with the application. There is mention of the thermal mass, but I can't see direct reference to the foundations question. So at the moment, I don't have anything that I can confirm actually embodies that within the nature of the application itself. So I'm a little bit curious about that as a piece of evidence, and we wouldn't usually expect to see that within a planning application. It would be a slightly unusual thing, but obviously it's relevant if it is there. But at the moment, I don't have a direct piece of information on the application supporting statement under materials which describes it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for that. We now move to questions for the ward member. Councillor Caston.
No questions, thank you, Chair.
Councillor Gould.
Just to clarify a point, I thought I heard Councillor Otten refer to Dr. Hickey as coming from Historic England. I thought I heard him earlier say he was formerly employed by Historic England. I'd just be grateful for clarification on that point.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you for that. Any further questions, Councillor Gould?
No, that's it. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Humphreys?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Mellon?
Yes, Chair. I just wanted to ask Councillor Otten, this application site is clearly outside the sort of settlement boundary of Buxhall. And I wonder how that sort of consideration came in with the sort of parish council and the sort of various views there.
Yes, there were several views. Obviously, you'll see from your reports, obviously some felt it was appropriate and there were mixed feelings, basically.
Any further question, Councillor Mellon?
No, that's all, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Stringer, questions for Councillor Otten?
No further questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Warboys?
No further questions.
And I don't have any questions at this point, thank you. I now open up the item for debate, and we will go round in an alphabetical order. Members are aware to put a proposal forward that they can do so in the window pane, but not until the last person has had the opportunity to speak on the first time round. First of all, Councillor Caston, can I have your comments on the application, please?
Thank you very much, Chair. Okay, so this location is outside the development boundary. It has sustainability issues. The question is this an exemption to the rule of these sustainability issues we have? The applicants have already showed that they have the intention and resources to carry on with the sustainability of the site. I'm impressed by the design with increased biodiversity within that from the grass field. The applicants have a deep connection with the village, and they're likely to be involved, if not working, in this ground care business right next door. The impact on the listed buildings and surrounding area is not quite so important to me, because the north side covered by the pond is quite a thick covering of hedge. The real impact I can see is on the Old Lawns cottage, which is purely a view, because the the paddock remains right next door. It just comes into that view, which is unfortunate, but not necessarily something that we need to be considering here. It doesn't escape me that the pictures through the hedge have been taken in the winter time, which is usually a bit of a trick to make something seem more obvious than it is. It's probably a complete accident, or when the last applications came in and when they needed to take them, but there'll be a lot more coverage in the spring. And there's good screening in place with it. So I think, to me, it is up for debate how much of an impact this has on the listed buildings, the village, coming into the development boundary, outside of it, sorry, and the sustainability. So I'll listen very keenly to the debate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Carston. Councillor Gould.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, like Councillor Carston, I'm really interested to listen to the debate as it develops. I note the in terms of the heritage impacts, but I'm inclined to. I note that in view of in the light of the debate that's been had, that our heritage team have not qualified or amended their advice, and therefore I'm happy to take that advice. So it does come down to me for the difference between the obvious and commendable merits of the proposal in terms of its environmental lack of environmental impact and interesting aspects of design, and indeed, as Councillor Carston has said, the connection between the site owner and the family business and the locality is an important matter. But for me, it comes down to the fact we've got a single dwelling, the benefits of which are going to be limited, placed against the heritage impact. So I should be interested to hear how the debate develops. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Gould. I'll leave any comments to the last as Chair, as I normally do. So Councillor Humphreys, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On first view, this application appears great. It's a fantastic design, and I commend the guys that have actually designed this. I think it's wonderful. However, I'll come back to some negative sides to it in a moment. But it is wonderful. It looks fantastic, and I acknowledge the attempt at the carbon offsetting by the off-grid technology. It's amazing, fantastic. But I will come back to it. So that's on first look, but on examination there's many issues with it, particularly concerning the planned rural location, and it's the rural location that I'll keep coming back to, because I think that's the important point, especially when it comes to NPPF. It's been well covered as well by the officers in the presentation, also in the papers. And the point here is to understand the fact that although this looks like a Suffolk barn in design, and again credits to the guys that designed it, the truth is that this is a large dwelling in a rural location. So don't forget that fact. That's the point. This is a large dwelling, irrespective of the camouflage and all the great technology. It is a dwelling in the countryside, quite a large dwelling. It's also worth remembering, I think, that the previous application has been refused and is currently at appeal. In fact, it's the second refusal. This application, apart from some screening and the fact that the roof height's been reduced by 0.5 metre, so let's put that in real terms, 18 inches, not great amounts, just the length of your elbow really to your hand. That's the only difference, unless someone wants to come back and tell me there's differences that I can't find or haven't been explained by the officers. So there's very little difference to this application to the one that is currently at appeal due to refusal by a previous committee. So that's important to remember. And I'll come back to that shortly. So the level of harm on this application also stands out. It's considered to be medium level of less than substantial harm, and that's regarded as a high bar. And in my experience, it's not very common, to be honest with you, to have this high bar of potential harm. I believe this and also the recent court cases referred to in the papers have weight and certainly outweigh any benefits that are brought by the off-grid technology and design statement. Yeah, it's a bit of an issue for me, this one. When we go to the ward members' comments about the Buxhall Parish Council, the Buxhall Parish Council have objected, so let's make that quite clear. The previous one didn't. The one that actually matters, the one that's in place right now, has actually objected to this application, and that's the important point on that. If we look at some other things, we look at well, let's go to the NPPF, shall we? So let's go to section 79, which I believe, and I'm just going to read it so I don't make a mistake. It's on page 22 of the NPPF, and it talks about rural housing, because this is a house, not a barn. Planning policies and decisions should avoid the development of isolated homes in the countryside. And if I'm not correct, please tell me, but I believe that this is an isolated house in the countryside, unless one or more of the following circumstances apply. A, there's an essential need for the rural worker, including those taking majority control of farm business, to live permanently at or near their place of work in the countryside. Well, it's not an essential need because this isn't a farm, it's a groundworks business. The development would represent the optimal viable use of the heritage assets. Well, it doesn't. The development would reuse redundant or disused buildings. It doesn't. The development would involve a subdivision of an existing resident. It doesn't. And paragraph E, which is the important one, the design is of exceptional quality in that it is truly outstanding or innovative, reflecting the highest standards in architecture, and would help raise standards of design more generally in rural areas, and would significantly enhance its immediate setting and be sensitive to the defining characteristics of the local area. Now, you can take one of those elements and say, well, this is outstanding and it is innovative. But on page 129, I believe it is, the officers disagree and they don't find this to be totally innovative or outstanding, although it is good. And the second part of it, it doesn't enhance the immediate setting and it's not sensitive to defining characteristics of the local area. And that's been covered clearly by the heritage officers and all the points within the application itself. So it fails on a number of factors, particularly the NPPF. So heritage side alone, don't forget this is a large dwelling in the countryside, and because of that, it has to meet certain requirements. And I don't think it does. I think it fails in quite a few ways. The fact that the people they can walk to work, well, that's great until they sell a house. Then what happens? And there's no saying they'll move, but they could sell a property. So that's a little bit of a herring, I suppose, in some respects. The key bit with me, though, is that there's been no actual massive change from the refusal that was set before the other committee that's currently at appeal, apart from that ridge height reduction of 18 inches. And it goes against the NPPF in many ways. So heritage aside, the NPPF plays a part here, and that's my thoughts so far.
Thank you for that, Councillor. I will leave comments for myself, as I've said. So we're on to Councillor Mellon, if you would, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, very interesting to hear those points from my fellow councillors. Yes, I mean, clearly the points here are the location of this development. It's in not necessarily open countryside, but it's in a field. It's not a sort of infill or anything like that, and it's outside the settlement boundary. The issues around sustainability, obviously they've put a lot of work into the design of the building and how it works. And my limited sort of knowledge of solar panels and do other sort of functions would, I think it probably will work. There's the cars to charge, there's the functions of the house to run, and then the excess electricity to go into the storage to be used at other times. So in terms of the design of the house, there's sort of two elements to that. There's the appearance, which is made to look like a barn so that it doesn't look obtrusive. So that then leads it to not being an innovative design in terms of appearance. I think the innovation is in the function of the building, the way in which it's off grid. I mean, that is fairly rare, really. We do see houses coming up and applications coming up where people have solar panels, and we have these other different bits of green technology, but having them all together in one place and off grid, that is really quite unusual. So for me, I think the application hinges on this idea about the heritage setting and the kind of difference between what the heritage consultant has said, that it doesn't have substantial harm or effect on the setting of these other heritage assets, and then our own officer's view, which is quite contradictory to that. So it seems to me that is the kind of really critical point of the debate, and I'm looking forward to hearing what others have to say.
Thank you for that, Councillor Mellon. I think I will just bring in Philip Isbell on just one point that has been raised. Mr. Isbell, could you just come in on the point that you wish to assist us on?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, Councillor Humphreys talked about the question of isolated, the question of whether or not this was an isolated dwelling under paragraph 79. And just to clarify, I mean, isolated is a word that appeared in the previous version of the NPPF, and indeed has been litigated. I think our colleagues in Braintree District Council came on the receiving end of that, and I think it's probably fair to say that to be isolated, you would have to be very, very remote from other dwellings, and I would be cautious to consider this an isolated site. And I would also, in saying that, draw attention to one of the appeals which is referenced by the Heritage Officer here, just out of clarification, relating to the group of buildings opposite this site. Isolation there was not considered to be a problem, albeit I think we could say that in a common a garden, man on the Clapham Omnibus parliaments, you would probably consider this to be quite apart or remote. I think I would be quite careful of using the term isolated to describe this under paragraph 79. It is something that has been quite well litigated, and I think it's not something I could personally recommend to committee. Thank you, Chairman.
Noted. Thank you.
Thank you. Help all was gratefully received. Councillor Stringer, would you like to tell us your thoughts on the application, please?
Yes, I will. In many ways, I really, really like the design. It's a sort of barn pastiche, if you want to use that word. It's quite a derogatory word, but I don't mean to be derogatory. Yeah, I quite like the sort of modern approach to that. However,
Councillor Stringer, can I interrupt? Can you speak more into the microphone? You seem very faint.
Okay, sorry. Is that any better? Is that any better?
Not a lot, but never mind.
Okay, right. Okay, if I can find out where it is, I'll talk into it. Right. Okay, I don't know where it is on this thing. Okay, right. Is that any better? No.
I will just keep going. It was a little better. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. The issue about the grid thing is I get what's being said, but the numbers don't quite stack up in terms of you only have a certain amount of power being stored here, and once it's gone, it is gone. And you've got 40 odd kilowatt hours of storage, and a car will hold 30. That doesn't leave a lot for the house. But anyway, getting back to the actual development itself, it isn't actually that innovative what's been done. The technology is being used in houses all the time. I'm sitting in one, I'm looking at one being built 50 yards away from me, and there are 3 others sitting behind me. It is not that innovative. So if we strip that away and start looking at actually what the development is being asked for here, the development is, in my view, huge. It equates to almost 5 normal domestic houses worth. So actually, if you were to we're not subdividing it. If you were to subdivide it, we're actually looking at a huge terrace of houses here, basically, of domestic use in the middle of what is a lovely meadow that has a footpath running along one side of it with open views over it, and a cluster of listed structures all the way around it. So I think that immediately in my mind sets a bit of caution and you need to really justify why you need to bring domestic curtilage into this very, very rural location. I also am slightly mindful of the wildlife. There's a thing about saying it will enhance wildlife because we're putting boxes up. Well, actually, this field is a perfect field for barn owls to actually hunt on. So if you stick a house in it, you lessen the amount of land that the barn owls have to hunt on. So on my mind, I think this is, I love the innovative approach. I like what they're doing in terms of pulling the technology together. That should be happening in every house anyway, frankly. So I don't think the innovation is enough to justify such a large amount of built form. And why I asked about the foundations is massing of concrete. Concrete is an incredibly unsustainable material in terms of its emissions. It has huge emissions in its production. So the larger the development, the larger the emissions in construction, the less sustainable the whole thing becomes. So for me, the balance is tilted in favour of me actually thinking this should be rejected and not approved.
Thank you for your comments there, Councillor Stringer. I think what you must have been doing is waving your papers around and walking away from the microphone, but you did sound faint at times. But I thank you. I got everything. I wrote everything down, and thank you for your comments. Councillor Warboys.
Yeah, I think I must refer here to what has previously been said. I think I agree with what Councillor Muller said in terms of design, that this very large house is innovative in terms of function. I'm not that convinced it's innovative or outstanding in terms of architectural merit. I think Councillor Humphreys summed up a lot of the negative aspects of this developing, and I just refer to what the current Buxhall Parish Council say. Very succinctly, the site is currently undeveloped and sits within an historic part of the village with many listed buildings, reinforcing the rural nature in which they stand. I think our heritage officers have developed that argument. On page 153, Officer Chenery does refer to the mapping of the settings. But she does qualify these settings and does, I think, make a very sound argument that they shouldn't be considered definitive of the actual setting of the historic buildings. And there has been a high bar set by the heritage officers in terms of the impact of this development. It is an isolated house. I think it will result in a very refined, domesticated setting, and I think it will be contrary to and damaging to the setting of the listed buildings.
Thank you for that, Councillor. And now we've got to the point where I could say something. I will. I've listened to everybody's points of view, and I agree with many of them. There's some good, and the main concerns I've got are the heritage issues, and it is huge. I think Councillor Stringer summed it up when he described the number of smaller houses that could go in it. I worry that it came to committee when there's already one running at appeal, and it may well have helped us all had we had the result of that appeal. But I'm uncomfortable with this application, and I would be looking to support the planning officer. So that's my view on it. So we can move on to a second time, or if anybody has a proposal to make, I'm quite happy. Hang on. Councillor Humphreys has offered to make a proposal. Would you like to verbally tell us that proposal, please?
Madam Chair, yes, thank you. Before we start, though, please ignore or redact my word isolated from the comments. Well, the comments still stand, concurs with Councillor Stringer fully, actually, that this is a huge development in a countryside location, and for all the other points he raised. Because there is no massive change to the original application, apart from the reduction of 0.5 metre in height from the ridge, and the fact that this is still at appeal. And having listened to the debate, I would like to propose that we refuse this application for all the previous for all the comments that are actually listed within the papers and the recommendation. And again, because this is appeal, as you say, I think it would have been really useful if we'd have waited until the end of the appeal before bringing this back to committee, but we are where we are. So we can't change the historic location. We can't change anything really. It's a large dwelling in a historic area. And I think all the comments and all the points that have been raised in the recommendation of refusal are valid, and therefore I'd like to move for refusal.
Thank you for that, Councillor. I will ask for a seconder, and then I will go round again to everybody to allow them to speak to the motion. So, do I have a seconder for Councillor Humphrey's proposal?
Chairman, could I just interrupt?
No, not now, Councillor Otten.
Could you just clarify that Councillor Matheson is not a member of the committee?
He's not being asked to say anything, so could we just carry on with?
Thank you.
If I used the word Matheson, it was a slip of the tongue. Did I use the word Matheson? I beg your pardon. Anyway, hang on. We've got Councillor Warboys has seconded the motion.
Oh, it's just that as Councillor Matheson was part of the discussion on the original.
No, Councillor Otten, I don't think we need any further input on this. Councillor Matheson will not be taking any part of this at all. I can assure you. I quite agree.
So, Madam Chair, I agree with you totally. May I just butt in here, and if I may, and say I've noticed Councillor Norris appears to be back with us, which is very good to see. But I am sure he will not be voting on this item. I don't, Mr. Carmichael, are you seeing as well that he's there with us? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So we've now got a seconder, which is Councillor Warboys. I think at this point we will go round again in order to ask if people wish to speak to the motion or pass any further comments. And then I will ask the planning officer to read out the recommendation in full, and then we will go to a vote. So any further comments, Councillor Caston?
Thank you very much, Chair. I've been listening to the debate on the size, and I think, yes, it is a very big house. We do need to build very big houses every so often, and when we do build them, I'd like them to be of this standard, and off-grid, if you like. I'm still in favour of this development at the moment. I can understand why councillors are thinking minded to refuse at this stage, because there are issues with it. But at the moment, I'm still for approving this. Thank you very much.
Yes, that's fine, Councillor Caston. We'll ask you on the vote when we go forward, but thank you for your input. Councillor Gould, do you have any further comments to make?
No, I'm listening to the debate with interest and find myself in agreement with the proposal and the reasons for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Humphreys, obviously you proposed it. Do you want to make any further comments at all? You're allowed a third go, as it were.
Madam Chair, I stand by the proposal. Like I say, I agree with Councillor Caston. There's lots of good things about this, but it is where it is, and that's the problem. And it's already been refused, and there are no changes, so I stand by the proposal.
Thank you. Councillor Mallon, would you like to make a further comment, or are you happy with what's been gone on?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. No, yes, I mean, I've heard the debate, and I accept that there is some very good things about this application. but there's some significant problems with it as well. I mean, one of the aspects of sustainability is the size of a building. There's no getting away from it. If we want to live more sustainably, we probably need to be habiting smaller spaces, and this clearly isn't a small space. I'm not entirely sure. I was trying to look in the application to see how many people would be living there, if it's an extended family or whatever, but it is a big size, and that is sort of weighing fairly heavily on my mind.
Thank you for that. Councillor Stringer?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I've got nothing really more to add, and I think in trying to be helpful to the applicant, I think it is that mass and size that we are having most difficulty with, I think, and the repercussions of that. The sustainability issues built into it, I think we all applaud and would welcome. I just think it is the sheer scale of this thing that is pushing it over the edge into terms of sustainability.
Thank you for that. Councillor Warboys? Any further comments?
I'm happy to second the motion. I think it is good to see ambitious designs coming forward with regards to energy efficiency, but I don't regard that as offsetting the idea of this very large house in the middle of an open setting and damaging the listed buildings, the historical context.
Thank you for that. And I've no further comments to make on what I'd already made. So can I ask Robert Carmichael to conduct a vote, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So this is the vote for the officer.
Actually, we need to have the, hang on, I need the officer to read the motion out for us in full because not everybody has the sight of it. So, Sian Bunbury, would you like to just read the recommendation as per page 133, please?
Thank you, Chairman. The recommendation of refusal is firstly that the site's character as an undeveloped field is fundamental to its contribution to the setting of many of the nearby listed buildings and the rural context in which they stand. The proposed dwelling would significantly detract from the open countryside character of the area, the rural setting of the village, and the rural setting of the nearby designated heritage assets, the latter being harmful to the significance of the designated heritage assets. These adverse impacts, constituting significant environmental harm, would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the scheme's modest economic, social and environmental benefits, and would not deliver sustainable development, contrary to policy FCO1 and FCO1-1 of the Core Strategy Focused Review 2012, the National Planning Policy Framework 2019, and Section 66(1) of the Planning, Listed Building and Conservation Areas Act 1990, as well as Policy HB1 of the Mid-Suffolk Local Plan 1998 and Policy CS5 of the Core Strategy 2008. And the second reason is that the site area exceeds 0.5 hectares and as such affordable housing requirements are triggered. On this basis, the proposed development fails to secure affordable housing provision on site or a contribution for provision elsewhere and is contrary to the NPPF and altered Local Plan 1998, Policy H4. Thank you.
So, Robert, would you now like to ask for people, and it needs to be clear, it's always very difficult when you're recommending, but it's a recommendation for refusal. So could you go round the members, please?
Thank you, Chair. Again, I will ask as a roll call vote of for, against or abstain. So, Councillor James Carston.
Against the proposal.
Councillor Peter Gould.
For the proposal.
Councillor Cathy Guthrie.
For the proposal of refusal.
Councillor Barry Humphreys.
For the proposal for refusal.
Councillor Andrew Mellon.
For the proposal.
Councillor Stringer.
For.
And Councillor Roland Warboys.
For the proposal.
Thank you, Chair. By 6 votes to 1, the motion is carried.
Yeah, and Chairman, I've counted also, and I endorse that. Thank you, Mr. Carmichael.
Thank you for both of that. I think now if we could have a 10-minute comfort break, or would it be better for 5? What do you think, Councillor? Robert Carmichael.
If we say to come back at 12:05, go for that, and I'll put something on the screen as well, Chair, and mute all participants.
And I'll be happy that you didn't disconnect us, just mute us would be fine. Thank you very much indeed. And thank you for everyone. Thank you.
Councillor Stringer. And Councillor Warboys.
Present.
And the ward member, Councillor Matheson.
Present.
Thank you, Chair. We are all here.
Excellent. Do we need to advise the members of the public when we go live streaming, or should we just start off that all members of the committee are present and start from there?
I was going to say, Chair, we are live streaming now, and there are no public speakers for this item, so I would suggest we get underway as such.
Indeed. So thank you very much for rejoining. And we now come to the application DC 18-04491, land adjacent to Buxhall Lodge, Buxhall Road, Great Finborough. And I'll now ask the case officer, Catherine Hale, to introduce the application to the committee. Thank you very much indeed, Catherine.
Thank you, Chair. Can you see my screen, I presume? The PowerPoint's up.
Yep, that's fine.
Good. So this application is for 28 dwellings, including 9 affordable. It's a full application in obviously Great Finborough. So Great Finborough is designated as a primary village in the adopted core strategy. And this slide shows you obviously the site location in context with the surrounding area. This is an aerial view to put it into context with surrounding adjacent dwellings. And as you'll see in the next coming slides, this here is Buxhall Lodge, which is a listed building. So the constraints map, listed building here to the west of the site, and another grade 2 listed building to the southeast of the site. And this shows that it's currently outside the existing settlement boundary. So this brown line that goes around is where the settlement boundary is for Great Finborough at present time. So going to the site and Buxhall Lodge being the grade 2 listed building, this is obviously the lodge here, and this is the entire site with the existing chestnut tree. So just to put some context into obviously the adjacent listed building, you can see the photo, and this is here in the right hand corner, just shows where roughly the photo has been taken from. So this is a listed building in the distance here. The listed building is just out of shot here in this slide. These are the outbuildings towards the back. This is, as you can see, well screened. So the listed building is actually here. You can just see the chimney stack, and that's the front gate towards it. And therefore the development site is behind this hedgerow and these trees here. This is another photo of the front. And then this is the site. So just here in the distance, you can see part of Buxhall Lodge. This is obviously more a site from the very northern edge at the moment. Just obviously another vantage point. Again, it's depicted down here, so you get a rough idea where the photo was taken from. And this shows obviously how the site does slope so slightly. And here is just a stitched, obviously, photos of the whole site. Again, very, very faintly in the distance here is part of the buildings in the background. So the proposal originally came in for pre-app, and a revised initial scheme had obviously heritage implications in terms of heritage, made an assessment that the proposal that was initially submitted would cause a fair amount of harm to the setting of the listed building. So this is how the initial submission looked, and you can see here that the site, in terms of residential dwellings, was situated quite close to the listed building. The scheme has undergone several amendments in order to try and mitigate any harm that it may have on the listed building, and therefore the residential development for the scheme has been pushed back further to the east of the site. And it provides for separation distances of 64 at a minimum point. So as just mentioned, the heritage team did demonstrate that there would be harm to the proposal. The heritage team have said that there will be a medium level of less than substantial harm to Buxhall Lodge. The MPPF at paragraph 196 says that obviously any harm which is less than substantial, whether it's obviously low, medium or high within that category, should have obviously any public benefits should therefore outweigh the harm. So in this case, the proposed scheme, the public benefits are obviously as follows. In that it increases the provision of housing numbers, which will help the council maintain our current 5-year housing land supply, sustain our delivery rate. It increases a choice and types of homes within the village. There are 35% affordable, which is 9 in this instance. Employment opportunities, as well as future occupiers and residents would obviously use the existing facilities within the village, as well as within the wider rural community. It also provides open space and various other green features. So in terms of a proposal scheme with regards to the sustainability and the location in the village, as mentioned earlier, at the moment the site lies outside of the adopted settlement boundary, but it is adjacent to it on obviously all its edges. It was part of the Sheila sites that were brought forwards when preparing the emerging draft joint local plan. And as a result, in the emerging draft joint local plan, the settlement boundary has been altered to include the sites. You can see here where it's flashing. It encompasses the entire site and goes back into the existing village. It's noted that Great Finborough is, although it's a primary village, the local shop has closed and there potentially aren't any bus services. However, it is 2.5 miles to Stowmarket. It's considered to be a sustainable location on the basis that Great Finborough does have the pub, it does have primary school, and whilst there isn't a shop, it is within a short commute to obviously Stowmarket, a large town which provides these facilities. And in fact, recently a planning inspectorate found that a site actually in Buxhall, further away from this scheme, so about a mile further away from Stowmarket, was considered to be sustainable and well located in terms of the access and services and facilities to Stowmarket, and that yes, they would need to use private motor car, however the distance involved would be very short. So this was the initial scheme, which was initially for 32 houses, and the amended scheme is as follows. We've reduced the houses down to 28, and as you can see there are obviously a larger open space on the western edge, and we've tried to obviously incorporate a less suburban, more rural edges where possible on this one. In terms of the topography, as you'll have seen from the photographs, the site does slope ever so slightly obviously towards the west, so it's higher on the eastern boundary. And this is obviously just a slide to show where the residential units are proposed in relation to the topography. So the site, the scheme proposed, has also a number of advantages. We've made sure that there are vistas on all angles from outside of the site, and that, as you'll see from later slides, the detailing of the properties are to a good design, that there are no flank walls, and there's continuous frontage where necessary. Here, obviously, with a large amount of open space, We've ensured that residential dwellings are fronting it and overlooking it. That provides a sense of security, and the open space is surveilled at all times. Again, open space to the east is also surveilled at all times with the properties overlooking it. And the same as a footlink through the north of the site where the existing gate was from the first photos. And again, this footpath is monitored and surveilled by the proposed dwellings. Here, the red arrows just show where there are dual elevations to obviously, again, create a less urbanised feel, provide overlooking for open space. And the grey, obviously, grey element just shows where we've removed all the development to push it further to the east to provide the setting for the Buxhall Lodge. The site's well connected, both within obviously itself, as well as the adjacent footpath and way into Great Finborough. So this is the main access road, is down along the eastern site. You've got the footlink to the north, and it joins the existing footpaths. Along here, there are footpaths around the green spaces. So these are proposed elevations. We try to obviously secure a good design on these. So we've got a bungalow here which is affordable, and these elevations will form part of what we're calling obviously the village pond frontage. But to put that into context, those elevations are here. So this main elevation front here would be those ones, and then this down here encapsulates these properties and obviously this plot, so it's taken from a wider vantage point. This is just a representative floor plan for those plots, and here you can see obviously we've provided one bungalow which is 2 beds. We've also got some flats in the scheme, which it has been pointed out at the moment then below the national defined space standards. However, it's been agreed with the agent that we can adjust this wall. So that they'll effectively make sure that they comply with the space standards. This would obviously, should members be minded to approve, this would be secured by way of condition. So again, this is just the frontages along the estate road. So here you can see obviously we try to get detailed design with arches above windows, and obviously bay windows and dormer windows, sorry, and various other architectural designs. And rather than fences, they're joined and linked by brick walls. Again, just to obviously put it into context, that's this would be the elevation here. This is as obviously you emerge into the site. These are in the style of typical agricultural key worker dwellings in terms of their style, to try and reflect on obviously the local characteristics of Great Finborough and the wider rural area. And again, into context, these are the elevations involved, so along here as you enter into the site. These are the proposed flats for the scheme, 4 flats, and this is where they are in the scheme. So these will be all affordable. The reason the affordable homes aren't pepper potted obviously around the site and are in one main area are because it's under 15, and when it's under 15 we don't need to pepper pot them around the site. This is where another 2 are as well. This just shows the design of the flats. So we've tried to obviously add more architectural features taken from around Great Finborough. Also, this is a front and will secure by condition, obviously a brick wall which would surround the flats and provide screening for the proposed parking spaces. But this just gives you a feel of what it would look like. And then obviously flats can sound quite alarming, particularly in a village. This is just a slide which shows the ridge height comparisons. So at the moment, a lot of the properties have 9.6 or 9.7 ridge heights, and the flats proposed at the maximum ridge height would be 9.6 metres, and at one end would obviously be slightly lower at 8.7. So they wouldn't sit any higher than the proposed dwellings. These are the proposed properties for the new green frontage, which is to the west of the site. Again, obviously the top one is a zoomed out version, and you can see the detail more clearly here. I've gone for a range of features. Again, the brick wall rather than fences. And this is obviously showing where these elevations would be in the scheme. So these are the properties. In terms of the design, you've got obviously oriel windows, soldier courses, window reveals, glazing units, all of which can be secured by condition, and the materials will be again secured by condition and include traditional vernacular palette. In terms of parking, this is just to show obviously where the parking is in terms of the residential units, and that we've ensured there's adequate parking per residential unit on the scheme. And again down here with visitor parking also provided. This slide shows the new access road, which is obviously off High Road on the east of the site, and that the visibility displays can be achieved and are within the site boundary and site ownership. A small amount of vegetation will need to be removed, which I'll sort of show you later on in the slides. However, where possible, this will then be replanted further into the site, so it won't be completely lost. It will just be relocated. And this is to put the scheme obviously into local context. So the access would be down here, and then obviously you've got the chestnuts, which are fairly standard houses. And then obviously further to the north, you've got more traditional properties and buildings, which we've tried to obviously use to influence the design for the elevations that we've put forward for this scheme, including the flats. You can see that obviously there's some detailed elements that have been carried over. Again, this is just more context of surrounding development. So as you can see on the left, this is towards the sort of northwestern edge of the site. And again, these properties are roughly opposite the site where the access would be onto the road. In terms of the hedgerow and trees that would be potentially lost, it would start further down, but it would be no further than around here in terms of what would be removed, which, as you can see from this photo, a lot of it is fairly dead anyway, although that, you know, it is at the moment. In terms of landscaping, the existing chestnut tree, which is down here, we've sought to retain, and obviously various tree protection measures will be conditioned to make sure that the development doesn't affect that tree. This slide shows the soft landscaping plan for the site. So you can see that it's very green. We've obviously got plenty of open space to the west, open space also to the east. Rather than having frontages right onto the road, it's softened with the existing hedgerow, further planting, as well as then gardens and various trees and green spaces amongst the scheme as proposed. So this just shows the existing submission again to reinforce that it was originally much further out, losing a lot of open space. We insisted that it was all pushed back. The road that ran around the entire western edge of the site has largely been removed. There is a small shared drive here, but that is obviously a shared drive, and then a footpath which will see go straight into the green open space, and a raised table here as well to soften the feel of the proposed development site. So that's the end of the presentation. So the recommendation is to grant, subject to obviously section 106 and also conditions.
Thank you for that, Catherine. That was a very, very useful walk around the site and a very helpful presentation. I'll now go to the members and ask them if they have questions for you. So first of all, can I come to Councillor Caston, please? Any questions for Catherine?
Thank you very much, Chair. Just from this layout, is there any boundary from the flats right down in that bottom left-hand corner onto the open space? I can't quite see from the picture. Can you just access that, or do you have to walk around anywhere? Slide 7 I'm looking at, which is quite useful.
Don't forget our numbers will be different to theirs.
Hello, sorry, are you waiting for me to
Oh no, sorry, I was muted.
Okay.
Yeah, so the existing flats will have a brick wall around the front, and I believe they will be screened, but I imagine a walkway is into the open space, which I think is depicted on another slide. If you just let me flip through them. I believe this is, this might be the front. I don't have it, but no, there will be access to the open space from the flats. That answers your question.
Yes, thank you very much. That's great. Thanks. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Caston. Just before I move on, can I just remind members that we do have additional table papers with suggested additional conditions to the committee report, and just to make sure that everybody's got those, which include archaeological conditions, highways conditions, finished floor level details relevant to the adjoining sites, including section drawings to be submitted and approved prior to commencement, ecology mitigation as per place service recommendations, and renewables to encompass rainwater harvesting EV points on all plots. Just to remind members of that as we go through the questions to the officer. Sorry to have interrupted. So, Councillor Gould, do you have any questions for the officer?
Thank you, Chair. There's a couple of questions, concerns I have in relation to transport and infrastructure. Can you clarify what is available in terms of bus service locally?
So it was believed that up until I think March this year there was a limited bus service in operation. I think that has now ceased as Suffolk County Council review their transport policies. I believe that Hadley community offer a Dial a Ride scheme which serves Great Finborough. So there is that option to residents, although there's not a designated set bus for the site.
No scheduled service, no.
No.
Okay. In terms of the, a note from the parish council's comments that they're claiming no traffic survey was undertaken. I wondered if that was the case, and also. I'm wondering about the aggregated impact of this development together with the 24 houses previously agreed.
The sites obviously are taking on their own merit in terms of the implications of traffic on the highway. I imagine Suffolk County Council, in providing their response, would have had due regard to the other site. They don't have any concerns with the scheme in that regard. In terms of the transport survey or traffic survey, I can't remember. I'd need to go back and look at all the documents provided and have a look and answer shortly if that was okay.
That's fine. Thank you very much. And I'm right in understanding that the local school is full and that there are no shopping facilities within the village itself. That's right.
So the local shop has closed. However, the site is deemed still sustainable in the sense that there's the local pub, and the site, as I previously mentioned, was a previous scheme, a planning inspectorate deemed to be appropriate in terms of its location to other villages for services and facilities, which is actually further away than this site, and therefore it's been considered that the site is sustainable under our local policy and the MPPF due to the close proximity of Stowmarket, and that admittedly, obviously, future occupiers will use their car. However, they'll be for very short and brief journeys, and it's highly likely that these journeys will then be linked in the sense that you'd go to Stowmarket for things such as the gym and cinema, which potential residents already do in Great Finborough anyway.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. We now go to Councillor Humphreys, please.
Madam Chair, thank you. Just like to say, really good use of slides. Actually, it's nice to see the photographs and have an indication of where they're taken from. And that panoramic view actually helped us a lot in sort of working out topography. So thank you for that. A couple of questions. The first one, the Suffolk preservation comments within the papers talk about the existing screening between the site and the lodge. Can you confirm that the adequate screening will be retained rather than be removed to soften the blur against the lodge? That's the first question. And the second question is regarding the bus routes, bus route 461 that used to run to Great Finborough. You're right that it finished in March, but Suffolk On Board report that actually alternative funding options are being sought, so it might not have been stopped. And do you have any clarity on that as to whether they found that funding and whether they're going to bring back the bus or not? I know it might be too difficult, but I just thought I'd ask.
I don't know in terms of the bus and the funding. It might be that Phil can chip in, he might know more. In terms of the screening, we can ensure that this is maintained and not removed if it's in our ownership as part of, or if it's in the applicant's ownership as part of a scheme. If it lies within obviously the Buxhall Lodge ownership, if they were to, it would be out of our control. So we can only control what's in the site, but the screening along the western boundary would remain as it is.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Humphreys. Now, Councillor Mellon, any questions for the officer, please?
Yes, Chair, I have a couple. Well, I had one about EV charging points, but it seems like we're going to be able to deal with that under conditions because there was nothing particularly in the application about provision of those. A couple of things I wanted to ask about. One is the Suffolk Preservation Society submission talks about harm to the tree. I think you said there's a chestnut tree on the site, and I wonder how we can mitigate against that harm. And the other thing is looking at the figures for the affordables, it claims that 9 out of 28 is 35%. Just having a quick go on a calculator, that comes to 32% by my calculation, and we'd have to have 10 affordable units to get to 35%. Can you just explain the discrepancy there? Thank you.
I'm not sure how I can explain the discrepancy. We originally had it down as 8 and then realised that 28 would be 9. We do round it down, so that may be where the discrepancy is in terms of that one. With regards to tree mitigation, the chestnut tree will be retained on site, and various tree protection measures will be conditioned should obviously members grant.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mellon. Councillor Norris, do you have questions for the officer, please?
Thank you. Yes, just one. This is referred to as an amended application. On page 21, there is reference to another application, presumably the original application, DC 1800221. I've attempted to look this up on the application search and comment, but in fact I can't find it on the system. It might have been useful to be able to look at the original application to compare the changes on this amended one. Does the officer have any comment on that? Thank you.
Actually, I can jump in on that one because that really was under, if Catherine doesn't mind, that was on the pre-planning. Would I be correct on that, Catherine? Maybe you should really answer it.
Yes, so it wasn't actually a formal planning application. That was our pre-planning, pre-application advice that we provided under that reference. So we don't make pre-application advice public. So that's why obviously searching for that, you can't find anything. So they were internal conversations which led to this application, which was originally 32 dwellings and then subsequently revised during the process.
Thank you for that. I understand.
And thank you for the question, Councillor Norris. I too had queried that in our briefing, so it's very good that people spot these things. And I will, just before I come to Councillor Stringer, if you would please, just a bit of support here, and I think Mr Isbell can just give us that little bit of support, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, so the question Councillor Mellon raised regarding affordables, and I'm just scrolling through the pages in the version I have of the background papers, and if I can get, I think it's page 84, is a comment. No, that's page, page 85, sorry. Page 85 is a comment from Louise Barker, Housing Enabling Officer, and that's our Housing Enabling team who advise us on the content of affordable housing. And that says, revised application, 28 dwellings, 28 units should offer 9 affordable housing units, equals 35% policy compliant position. So I imagine this is a rounding issue. Thank you, Chairman. There was one other thing that Catherine didn't mention about knowledge around buses and whether I might add anything. I don't know any more about the position with funding of buses, I'm afraid, so I can't add to that. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for that.
Can I reply, Chair? Councillor Mellon here again.
Well, it's debate rather than it's questioning rather than debate.
Well, it's a clarification I'm seeking.
Okay, then.
Well, just looking at the maths, okay.
Councillor Stringer, Councillor Mellon will just ask for a clarification.
So just following back on Mr Isbell's comment, so 8 out of 28 homes would be 28.57%, 9 out of 28 would be 32.1, 10 would be 35.7. So however you round it, 9 is nowhere near 35.
Chairman, if I may respond.
Yes, please do.
The advice we have, and the advice is as I say in the background papers, is that our housing enabling team consider this to be policy compliant, and I think the advice there is self-explanatory. I haven't sat down with a calculator. I don't think it's difficult maths, but that's the advice we have had from colleagues in our housing enabling team, Chairman. Thank you.
And Councillor Mellon, I do understand your query, but sometimes there are adjustments and I suppose this has been just one of those, but a worthwhile point, and we can use in the debate as you choose. Thank you for that. So, Councillor Stringer, you're very patient. Thank you very much indeed. Do you have questions for the officer, please?
Yes, I do. I can also offer an answer to Councillor Mellon. It's rather like broadband speeds. Affordable housing is up to 35%. It rarely goes over that, just to sort of, if that helps. Number of questions. When Buxhall was listed as a primary village in the core strategy, what services did it have at the time it was given the primary village status that helped it gain that status? Could I also ask about the affordable housing? Given there's no local housing needs survey, what informed the mix that we asked for? Also, I want to know, you've compared two roof heights, but what we want to know is the comparison with the existing houses actually on the other side of the road, because it's very difficult. It's just a number. So what would be really helpful to know is how tall are the buildings on the other side of the road compared with the ones that you listed? And also, I want a clarification on the visibility displays. I know highways are slightly notorious for not giving us too much detail, but it would really be nice to know, because there are clear guidelines as to what visibility you should have, and this access is on the outside of a bend, which is always difficult to gain visibility from because you're looking, as it were, backwards, not forwards. So I'd like some clarification about that. Also, sorry to keep asking questions. You mentioned an appeal in Buxhall that meant that this site could be deemed as sustainable. Was that site in Buxhall a major application, and did it include affordable housing? That's all I've got.
Okay, I think I've noted all of those down, but after I've attempted to answer, if I've missed any, just let me know. So in terms of the services in 2008, when obviously it was made a primary village under the core strategy, I believed it had the local shop then, obviously bus services, although I can't say whether the bus services were any frequent than what they have recently been. I believe it still had the pub, the school and the village hall. So it's obviously the loss now is the shop and the bus route, although that potentially might come back. In terms of the heights and the maximum ridge heights, that slide perhaps was a bit misleading. It was more to show that the flats proposed weren't going to be ridiculously high or out of character and go above the proposed dwellings. In terms of obviously getting it ridge heights and floor levels in comparison to the neighbouring properties, that will be secured by condition, and I believe it was on the tabled papers that we would seek to get a finished floor levels condition put on the scheme, one for the topography to assess how that works, but also the wider site area and neighbouring dwellings. And then the affordable housing was based obviously on the housing strategy team assessing the housing data and going from there, and I think this scheme being revised once or twice on the basis of heritage and also then strategic housing comments to incorporate their requests.
Thank you very much for that. We now move on to Councillor Warboys, if you'd like a question for the officer, please.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. I do have a couple of questions, actually. When the Sheila was explored and everything, what were the expected numbers likely to be on this site, which seem to have been allocated?
I don't have that to hand, and I believe they were discounted in terms of it being brought forward as a designated site allocation with a set prescribed numbers. Instead, the settlement boundary, as also depicted, is shown to have moved to incorporate the site and therefore imply that it is then in the settlement boundary and has the potential for development without limiting or stating the number of dwellings on that. So that's just, so basically that slide was to show that it was considered as an allocated site, deemed unsuitable. I'm not quite sure why, but instead has been put into the settlement boundary to allow some form of development. What that obviously is would then be down to our consideration and members of the committee and so on.
Thank you for that. And I have another question. I did ask this and I'm not sure we got the answer to it from briefing, which was what are the size of the garages? So can cars fit in them? And the second part of that, you said there was adequate parking, but it's all very well to say, per the Suffolk guide, are we sure? What sort of numbers are we talking about here? But in particular, what is the size of the garages, please?
The size of the garages, I don't have the information to hand. They'll meet obviously the standards and conform with the conditions specified by highways, which are obviously set out, I think, in the committee paper. In terms of the parking spaces, this will be at least 2 spaces per obviously a 2-bed house and so on, and adequate visitor spaces as well. They can be conditioned, and the garages have to meet the standard size for the cars, otherwise highways would have put in an objection, and alternatively we could condition it anyway.
I think that's an important point, because I've been doing this long enough, and I remember some that we had up at Stowe Market. You could get the car in, but you couldn't open your door. So we need to be quite careful on that, please. They're my questions, and we have the ward member. And does the ward member have any questions of the planning? Hang on a minute, just a minute, of the planning officer before we start going through with the debate and so on. So questions for the planning officer, if you would, please, Councillor.
Right, yes, I'm grateful to some of the members asking some of my questions already. I didn't hear the answer on the Buxhall appeal. How many houses, and did it have any affordables in it, that appeal decision?
Oh, sorry, that's correct. I missed that question. No, it was for 1 dwelling, and obviously therefore no affordables and no potential public other considerations.
Oh, that appeal. Oh, right. I now know which one we're talking about now, because it used to be my ward, of course. Also, the now, sorry, just where we're going here. Yes, the questions are no, their answers. I'll come back to those when I get my time. Yeah, I think really the other one is a clarification regarding the extent to which the hedge will be removed. My reading of what I've got here is slide 7, although I do have the old papers, not the new papers, so my page numbering is wrong. But slide 7 is the site layout, and really looking at the visibility display that's needed, which covers 2/3 of the site. The hedge isn't that thick, and it seems to me that we will actually lose a very great deal of the hedge.
Councillor Matheson, can you answer the question, please, rather than debating the issue?
You know, the officer's spoken about not completely lost but relocated. So my question really is how much hedge is actually going to be removed? And my estimate is 2/3 of the site frontage.
Yeah, we don't need your estimate. We just need the question: is how much is going to be removed?
I haven't got a measurement of the, the exact meterage, but the removal of the hedge obviously would come up to roughly where this house is here. And as you can see on this slide now, how far it will go in order to maintain the visibility displays, and it will simply be relocated slightly further back in order to achieve it. At the moment, it runs all along here, but I don't have the precise, obviously, amount that is going to be removed in terms of it's not being measured to hand.
Do you have a further question, Councillor Matheson?
I think not. I'll leave everything else for my presentation. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. We'll listen to that with interest. Just a moment. I believe Mr. Isbell was going to help us with regard to the appeal.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I can probably shed some light on that and the garage internals. I'm checking with colleagues, but as I understand it, they do appear to be, and the parking standard, as I recall it from the Suffolk Design Guide, is not less than 3 by 6 metres internal. I believe these may be 3.5 by 7. I am checking that as we go. So they should be at least the Suffolk Design Guide standard as it presently stands. The appeal, not far removed from the previous site we dealt with this morning, Chairman. There were 2 appeals on that site, and the second one concluded that Buxhall was a sustainable settlement, made reference to both Great Finborough and Rattleston as being places with a greater variety of services and employment, and indeed made reference to paragraph 78 of the NPPF, which for those enthusiasts of that document, as I know we all are, talks about effectively allowing for opportunities where groups of smaller settlements work together as a whole, and development in one village may support services in a village nearby. Now, in that appeal, which was dismissed, nonetheless, the inspector took the view that that was an approach that applied to Buxhall, and I think to that extent you can kind of take it that it will be difficult to make too much of a point around the connection and grouping of sustainable of settlements that work together. But that's the appeal we're drawing upon, Chairman.
Thank you, that was helpful. And during our debate, I'm sure there'll be comment on the appeal inspector's assessment of Suffolk, I suppose. Thank you. So we now come to Councillor Matheson, if you would. So if you'd like to give us your report on the site before us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The Parish Council submission, I think I would urge members to look carefully at it, the many points very well presented by them. There is a fundamental pair of problems with this. Firstly, Finborough is no longer a sustainable location. We didn't only have a shop, we also had a post office, and we had a bus service which was 4 times a day in each direction, each 6 days a week, when Finborough was made a primary village. So I think you can see, having lost all those things, that's why it's proposed to be a hinterland village in the forthcoming draft JLP. The other big problem is that there is not a need. We currently have 7,668 dwellings approved, and that's in January 2020's confirmed supply figures provided by planning policy to the JLP working group. I know unfortunately there isn't any response from planning policy on this application. So those are the key points. So if I could then talk particularly about the highway safety issue, Councillor String has mentioned this action of the bend. There hasn't been any comment and question thus far on the speed, but the average speed in the parish council detail, you will see, average is 39 miles an hour as against the 30 mile an hour limit, and the maximum recorded is basically off the clock at 79, I think it was. You've seen this is actually very near the school, and the parish has correctly pointed out that the pedestrian access from the site is actually onto a very awkward location where you've got a difficulty in having visibility in more than one of the three directions that the traffic's coming to you at. So it's actually rather an awkward point to have that pedestrian access point. So that's the highway issues. Then the question of we're often told about our policies being out of date and so on, and as I've said, really as the primary village it is hopelessly out of date. The shop went, the post office went, the bus service has been reduced from 4 each way a day to twice a week and now to nothing at all, and the pub is unfortunately open only, and over the last few years has only been open intermittently. It's had periods of total closure and periods of opening for 3 days a week and things like that, which again I think is commented in more detail in the parish council's objections. So we're going to find Finborough is just about making sufficient services because of the school to remain a hinterland village. I think it's on the lower end of the services available to even make it as a hinterland village now. So it is not a sustainable location in those terms any longer. Now I'd like to mainly then to look at everything else in terms of the three elements of sustainability under the MPPF. I think we always accept that the benefits to the economy of building some houses are not that significant, and they are only transient, of course, once the estate is built. So the social element, Councillor Stringer has mentioned there's no Finborough housing needs survey, and there's no comment specifically from Housing Enabling in terms of the waiting list for Finborough specifically. Looking at that 7,668 again, if only 10% of those were delivered as affordables, that would actually exceed our current waiting list and take us a long way towards 2036. So the social benefit of granting another 9 affordables here isn't actually weighing very heavily. Thirdly, crucially, and that was the point about the Buxhall appeal and so on, that if we build these and we have these 9 affordables, we're then going to, it would seem, bring largely or entirely tenants into Finborough from somewhere else, but we're going to leave them with no access to Stowmarket without a car. And that 2.5 miles, I think, if you look at the picture that's on screen at the moment, thank you, Catherine, that tries to show to some extent how steep that hill is, and having cycled up it and litter picked up it, it is quite steep actually. And so should we be really dropping those tenants into a location like this rather than somewhere that is actually sustainable with access to shops and things like that? So that's the social element. Then thirdly, the environmental element, let's get these in order. Yeah, so I've talked about slide 7 as I've got it, the extent of hedge loss, which in my view will be dramatic because it is not a very thick hedge, and in order to push it back the necessary amount on the crown of the bend is going to need quite a lot to go, so that's quite a problem. The the quality of the meadow, it is in land use terms agricultural, yes. It's a meadow which local people advise has been unploughed for 40 plus years. So its diversity and biodiversity contribution is quite considerable as it is. There's been, I think, was there a question about, oh no, there wasn't, that was the previous one, wasn't it? So the environmental management recommendation is actually for refusal because there are no energy or water proposals. And I can't tell you the page number, as I say, but you can find that in the papers in detail with the previous sustainability officer, environmental management officer, setting out that he's recommending for refusal, and then that's been endorsed by the new environmental management officer with a qualification alternative of a detailed condition which he would like. We note in the heritage harm is less than substantial to the Buxhall Lodge. What seems to have got missed actually, but on slide 52 you can actually see the other listed building locally, which is the thatched cottage, which was just visible on that slide 52 picture, if you can find that. It is pretty much opposite the site, opposite the access road, quite near, I think. We're going to see that one. Yes, it's the right hand end. It's the yellowy. I think that's the one. I think it's either that. I think it is that one actually, but it might be the next one. I think it's that one. And that is a grade 2 listed thatched cottage, and it is opposite the site entrance pretty much. Yeah. So those are the three elements of sustainability which clearly, in my view, are not delivering much benefit to offset the harm, such as the harm to the listed building and its setting. So my conclusion is that in terms of the MPPF and the current reality of the village's lack of services, this is no longer a sustainable location, and so minimal harm to minimal benefit to outweigh the identified harm, which is a harm to heritage but also to biodiversity and landscape. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, John. Thank you. I'll go down the list to ask if people would like questions. So first of all, Councillor Caston.
No questions, thank you, Chair.
Councillor Gould.
No questions from me, Chair, but to thank the councillor for, I found his contribution very helpful. Thank you.
Indeed, yes, thank you. Councillor Barry Humphreys.
No comments, thank you.
Councillor Mellon.
No questions, thank you, Chair.
Councillor Norris.
No questions from me either, thank you.
Councillor Stringer.
No questions, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Warboys.
No questions, Chair.
Thank you. And myself, I don't have any questions. So thank you very much indeed. We will now move on to the debate. And I will go round again in alphabetical order. Everybody will have the opportunity to speak their thoughts. And when the last person has spoken with that, if anybody wants to make a recommendation, they can advise me on the pane to the side. So, first of all, Councillor Caston, what would you like to say regarding this issue?
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to confirm, we're in debate now.
Yes, indeed, we are in debate.
So, issues with this is Buxhall Lodge, 64 metres now to the nearest house. I think that's a good distance, especially with the covering that they've got, the hedge. I don't think that they'll be disturbed very much, if at all, by the houses. The shop closing and the changes to the sustainability of this is it is a real shame, but 2.5 miles to Stowmarket is less distance than the village where I grew up from a shop, and there's a lot of provision in Stowmarket. It's a shame. I'd like to see the buses come back. That's obviously not for the planning committee to discuss now, but I think it is a big shame that they have lost that bus service. But I think it does, to me, come down as sustainable. It also, to me, this is classic infill. Looking at it, if you look at the shape of the village, it to me it does look like there's a bit missing that we would be filling here. Shame that it's not 35% affordable. It's I can understand why the calculations have been made to less than that, because we don't go over 35. It's but that is a shame. But it's nice to see affordable beside the open space instead of beside the road or beside anything that's going to be noisy and a less desirable place to live. So I'm pleased with that. It does sound like there's a speed problem on that road, quite a severe one. The sort of speeds that are being talked about, I think people want to get very quickly deal with those kind of speeds, especially outside of school. I think that's something that can be handled and can be dealt with, as a lot of villages do deal with speed problems by different methods. Finally, the meadows not been ploughed for 40 years, but what I would wonder is whether it's been sprayed, because ploughing, yes, that does get rid of a lot of species, but in the picture that we've been looking at, it's very yellow. It looks like that Google Maps has been taken around May or June time, where I'm surprised how yellow that field of grass is, whether it could have potentially had a hay cut off it earlier, or it may have been sprayed. But it's the spraying, I think, that would be the serious issue more than the ploughing of it. But I'm going to listen to the debate, make sure that I'm not missing anything, and thank you very much, Chair.
Well, that's very helpful, and particularly from a farmer, that's also very useful to hear all that information. We move on to Councillor Gould. Would you like to pass your comments, please?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm just concerned about sustainability of this site. I hear what Councillor Custon says about the distance to Stowmarket isn't too great, but it's very sad to see a settlement which is on one hand growing, but it's on the other hand its facilities diminishing, and the fact that there is no bus route, the school is full, as well as the highways issues, give me concern for this proposal. And the officer said that there are no allocated numbers against this site, and it does rather look like a simple neatening of the settlement boundary rather than any real strong argument about growth on that site. So my fundamental concern with this is about its sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Humphreys, please.
Madam Chair, thank you. I'd like to concur with Councillor Castle on a couple of points. The main one being the location. This is a natural infill position. It looks right when you look at it from a map. Doesn't mean it's right, but it looks right. There are a few things, though, that sort of still stick with me, and one is the harm or the potential harm to the lodge. I think that still remains, and unless there's a condition, which would come on to, I guess, if we went to a proposal, to actually maintain the screens along the southwestern and western edges, I think that harm would remain. And I think a simple condition could actually placate the people in the lodge and reduce that level of harm, and might actually satisfy the heritage officer more. I think it's great news that they moved the whole site effectively back to at least 64 metres. That's considerable distance actually, and you've got green space between it and the lodge, but I just think that screening would offer that extra protection. The debate really, I suppose, what's deemed a short distance, and maybe the officers can help out in a moment, but is 2.5 to 2.6 miles a short distance? In my world, it is. It's walkable, it's cyclable. However, Councillor Matheson made a really good point. It's not the hill that's the issue, because hills are good for fitness, so don't discount hills. It's the road that's the issue. So walking along that road, having done it myself and run it, is really dangerous. It's quite a busy road, and it will get more busy with time. So that's my one concern with the sustainability aspect of it and the ability to walk in Stowmarket. However, cycling wouldn't be an issue, nor driving actually, if that's your choice. The school is another issue. That's 2 miles from the centre of Great Finborough to the new high school. And my question, going back to, so maybe the officer could pipe in at some point, my concern would be that that's 2 miles along a busy road. What's the school bus provision into Stowmarket from Finborough? Does it exist, or would it exist? Because I think that's quite important. And the parish council talk about the oversubscribing of the doctors in Stowmarket, but I don't see any report within the document that sort of answers that question really, as to whether it is oversubscribed or not. And there are numerous doctors, well, at least 2 surgeries in Stowmarket. So that would be nice to know. The economic benefit, and this is where we do the balancing bit against the harm to the Buxhall Lodge. The economic benefit, the important thing to remember on that, it's not just about Great Finborough, it's the area around it. So Stowmarket is 2.6 miles away. No matter how many houses in Great Finborough, Stowmarket would benefit. So would Hadley to a degree, because I know people shop there. And also you've got another local pub, which is the Shepherd and Dog, which is about 1.5 miles away from Great Finborough. And you've got the Cafe by the Lakeside. Both would actually benefit economically from this development, as would the pub in Great Finborough. It might open more, who knows? That's subjective. I think that's pretty much it. The bus side of it we discussed. It's a shame. It'd be great if it comes back, if it gets funding. But on balance, I think that actually economic benefits outweigh the potential harm to Buxhall Lodge. And I believe the lodge can be further mitigated by ensuring that we have that screen along the western, southwestern edge. And I applaud the fact that we're getting more affordable houses. That's a great thing. They're my comments.
Thank you, Councillor Humphreys. And we come now to Councillor Mellon, if you would, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So just, a few points to make. I think the most critical one for me is the fact that our heritage team on page 37 of the papers do not support this proposal. Whatever mitigation we've sort of managed to negotiate in terms of moving the buildings further away from the lodge, that hasn't been accepted. And having sort of turned down a proposal largely on heritage grounds this morning, we need to sort of hold on to that issue. And clearly the environmental management officer are not very happy about it either. The crux of the matter here with Finborough is the fact that it was a primary village. It's in the new plan, it's going to be a hinterland village. It's lost so many of the facilities, and inevitably people are going to be dependent on a car to get into Stowmarket, and we just have to decide whether that makes it an unsustainable location or not. To my mind, it would tend to indicate that it's an unsustainable location. So that's my feeling on it at this stage of the debate. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Mellon. And now Councillor Norris, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councillor Mellon has just mentioned the concern on sustainability. I also have. I don't think the site in itself is truly sustainable, to be frank, actually. I also have a number of other concerns. The site being outside the existing settlement boundary, although these settlement boundary is proposed to be recited in the draft updated joint local plan, the inclusion of this particular site within the settlement boundary is disputed by the local parish council within their submission. There are also other matters such as flood risks identified by the Suffolk County Council Floods and Water section on page 33. The adverse comments by Suffolk Preservation Society on page 35, and the lack of any support, which has just been mentioned, reference to by Councillor Mellon, by the Heritage team on pages 37 and 38, and obviously also the highway safety issues that have been mentioned, excessive speeds on the road adjacent to the site, the entrance to the site being on crown of a bend. I would also refer to page 57 on this aspect of highway safety. And I'm a little mystified as to why so much is tending to be put upon the classification of being a primary village when things have moved on somewhat, having lost the local shop and the local bus service. So I personally am minded not to support this application, but I will listen to the rest of the debate. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Norris. I've got one or two people that I can bring in on this just before we go. I'm sorry, Councillor Stringer, this always seems to happen, but I'm sure it will benefit you. First of all, can I ask Mr. Isbell just to pass a comment or two, and then I'd like to bring in Catherine Hale on an issue there. So, Mr. Isbell, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, just to come back on a couple of points to clarify. The point about the JLP is a draft document, so we all know that it's a draft which is under review and scrutiny by members and others. And I imagine, as with any document like that, you prepare it at a particular point in time, and the world moves on. It's probably also true that the view taken around that assessment of this village may well take account of paragraph 78 of the NPPF, looking at how collections of settlements work together. And we obviously know that Finborough has a primary school, which is certainly an asset, even if it does not have a wider suite of these things. So it may be that the policy team, in designating this village as they have done, have taken a view about its relative spatial separation from Stowmarket, its facilities such as they are, including the school, including the pub, and a development management committee is not really the place to get to the bottom of why the JLP has designated these ways. But I'm fairly confident that members have that opportunity elsewhere. So I wouldn't want to say too much, other than to say that the fact of a line on a proposed plan can be subject to change, and I would give it very limited weight personally as a fact. Councillor Norris did talk about flood risk, and can I just say, as is quite usual, at the present point in time, that's included on the recommendation as a matter to be resolved. It's not unusual, I think, for applicants to wish to resolve the technical details of that, which can be quite expensive once they know that they are their scheme is likely to be acceptable in the round. So the first recommendation is that on page, bear with me 1 second, page 51, I think it is, includes a requirement that they provide surface water drainage. So I think the flood risk thing is a technical detail which can be addressed. The point around Suffolk Preservation Society heritage comments and listed building impact, I think ultimately are a matter of choice. And one must draw one's own conclusions, and here the public benefits of delivering a number of dwellings rather than delivering one dwelling are materially different, and to that extent it's important to have regard to the fact that land supply is approached commonly as, and I think the parlance used in our policy team, is a floor, not a ceiling. So if I leave it there for the moment, Chairman.
Thank you for that. And may I also bring in Catherine, who wanted to pass a comment regarding the heritage, although I do know we have got Tegan there as well. Thank you.
Yeah, I think Phil covered it off really. The heritage harm in this instance compared to the previous application that was heard this morning, the main difference is that was for one dwelling alone, whereas this is obviously for 28 dwellings, and this also has affordable, and therefore the public benefits that are provided by this scheme are considered in planning judgment to outweigh the harm proposed. Furthermore, obviously slide 55, I can get it back up if necessary, that does show the landscaping that is currently proposed in terms of hedges and trees along that western boundary. So that would be an approved plan, but then conditioned to ensure that that hedgerow and that landscaping, particularly on that western edge, was obviously maintained and also delivered as well. So I think that was all I had to add, other than the issue with relation to accidents and obviously the dangers of the road. I do have a crash map slide which shows that there have been obviously a couple, but it's not considered that there are any major accident sites within that locality. They've all been slight.
Yes, thank you for that update. And I think Philip, Isbell and Catherine have covered Tegan's area. So I hope, unless we have any more further questions, you're happy with that. And so we will move on to Councillor Stringer, who's been waiting patiently there. Councillor Stringer, please.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, that's a bit clearer than before, actually.
Good,
yeah.
Good. I've been working.
You must be walking around the room or something.
Not at all. I'm sitting very patiently. Right, let's have a little look at this. This one, I think, really hits at the heart of the National Planning Policy Framework. And actually, I have to say, having looked at this in huge detail, the more I see of it, the more I think it doesn't actually quite tilt the balance in favour of it. And it hovers around whether this is a sustainable location. I get the point about there was an appeal for a single house that was further away, but I'm certain in an appeal in one single dwelling is vast different to a major development. And this is a major development on our scale, and certainly for the scale of a village such as Great Finborough. So I think we need to treat this with a lot of care and attention. I'm not certain this is a sustainable location for a significant development like this. I really don't, given what's changed in between the designation and today. There's a couple of other challenges as well. Of course, it is only a mere 2.5 miles away from Stowmarket, but without a dedicated cycle route or footpath, walking along a very busy, at times narrow road, where it narrows up for a bridge and there's a few wiggly bends and stuff. So there's some issues about that and its connectivity. I also think, and normally when we get these, we get an outline and then we get the detail. The helpful thing about this one, we've got all of the detail up front because it's a full application. And actually, even with the full application, even if this was in a sustainable location as ever, I have serious issues. The design of those 9.6 metre high buildings, dwarfing those buildings on the other side of the road. I don't normally ask a question unless I know the answer. The buildings on the other side of the road are circa 6 metres tall. There's houses on the other side of the road 9.6 metres tall, and there'll be an open vista across that valley to these buildings. They will look awful and not in keeping with the character of this settlement. So I have issues with that as well. I think we need to be really careful about just assuming, because it says affordable housing, that is a social tick. It's a plus. Given there's no local housing needs survey, and what we've used is the data from across the whole of 3 districts, which will mean quite a lot of towns, it could easily mean that the people that end up living in the flats are from urban locations, and here they'll be in a rural location with no healthcare, no walking route on a footpath, no cycleway into the nearest town, little hope of employment, no shop, and they won't even be able to get their children in the local school because it's full. They'll have to be bussed somewhere else. That, to me, is the perfect definition of unsustainable development. So I certainly have made my mind up about this one. I think now I've heard more and more of the information, I certainly won't be supporting this application in its present form, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Stringer. And now we move on to Councillor Warboys, please.
Thank you. I think I must agree with Councillor Stringer's comments, in particular the notion of sustainability and the appeal where one house could be considered sustainable. 28 houses is of a very different magnitude. I appreciate a great deal of thought has gone into the integration of affordable housing, but I don't think the argument has really been proved that there is a need locally for affordable housing. And by locally, I mean Great Finborough itself. The parish council itself is concerned that there's already been sort of existing development, and this 24 dwelling development opposite the proposed site was not sustainable. I appreciate Councillor Gold's remarks about where it's not really a sort of identifying this site is really a neatening of the boundary. And I disagree that it's a classic infill site. I think this is a process of suburbanisation. You have a rural village, and in rural villages, in terms of design, the internal spaces are very important. And I think this substantial meadow, which has a huge amount of potential for biodiversity, is really important as an open space. And that brings me on to the Officer Chenery's comments. This is medium level of less than substantial harm, which is quite significant, I think. You know, to the heritage asset, that meadow alongside the listed building is really important with regards to its setting. And I think the moving the development 64 metres, or in real terms 200 odd feet, is a bit arbitrary. It doesn't necessarily really take into account the significance of that open space. The lack of a bus route is really important. I can see this really as becoming a dormitory development rather than a sort of something which would really have impact on a positive way on the local community.
Thank you for that, Councillor. Well, I shall say a little bit now. I do listen to all of what you've said, and I think there's a great balancing act to be had here. I'm never happy about saying about the public benefits bringing the work for the construction workers, because, as Councillor Matheson said, it's transient. I hear what he says about the road, and other members saying about the road being dangerous and the speed limits. I'm presuming that the speed limits, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was that they are speeding within a speed limit designation. And unfortunately, that comes down to driver attitudes and the police. However, it doesn't make it any safer for children going to school. I think it's a great shame that the shop has closed. There's no buses. The primary school, I mean, what usually happens is children grow up and they move on and the spaces do become available, but there could be a log jam there. I think Councillor Stringer would be a helpful one to us to help, being a district councillor for the school buses, but that's probably another story, another day. I think the comment of the heritage, I read the papers too, and there were the objections there, and we've all got flowcharts of how that works. But I hear what was said regarding the one single house and these. I think this is quite a difficult one, actually, because also comments people are making regarding the housing need, people don't need it in Finborough. In planning, we have to look at planning for the whole district. And if we can get local people to use the local houses, then obviously that's a great benefit. There was comment that the space standards in the affordable homes could be adjusted, so I would welcome that. And so we would need a condition on that. But this one is quite a difficult one to balance. So I've made my comments there now, and I'll just await for any further reaction from the members of the team. Thank you. Councillor Mellon, you would like to make a proposal?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Bearing in mind the heritage problems, the unsustainable location and the lack of evidence of local need, I would like to propose that this application is refused.
And would you like to amplify on that and also put in the policies for us that can help make this a proposal in planning terms accurate? Thank you.
In terms of the heritage concerns, I mean, these have been set out in the papers by the relevant department. There's harm to the setting of the lodge. The issue of sustainability, I think, is to do with the lack of local facilities, which designated Great Finborough as a primary village, and really do not any longer apply, particularly the lack of a bus service. It seems to me that people living here will be totally dependent on a car. No one is going to be walking into Stowmarket. You might possibly cycle there, but you're not going to do that with your shopping coming back up that hill. And then again, the lack of a local need for affordable housing being identified. We've only got figures for across the whole district, and therefore we don't have evidence that Great Finborough needs the affordable homes. I hope that's enough to be going on with.
Well, not really, no. I mean, that last point that you've made, I have said that planning should be for the whole of the district. But what I'm looking for are policies and, you know, a little bit more. You can't just use words when you're wanting to make a proposal. I wonder, there's somebody sitting in the background there liking to second this, but we need things like, you know, is it against the policy CS1, CS2, or what policies are we using? Because they are referred to in the papers. I think we need to be cautious because, you know, the officers are recommending approval and we need to sort of make it clear for them.
Can I refer to paragraph 78 of the MPPF? Housing should be located where it will enhance and maintain the vitality of rural communities. Planning policy should identify opportunities for villages to grow and thrive, especially where this will support local services. And it seems to me that just doesn't fit with this development in terms of local services being available.
Yep, that's a good start. That's very helpful. Let's see what Councillor Stringer, he wishes to second this and what else to assist you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Right. Yes. Also, I feel this development is contrary to policy CS2, which restricts development in the countryside to define categories. This is defined as countryside. Also, HB1 and GP1 about poor design and it being in keeping with local character. I certainly feel dwellings at 9.6 metres tall is not in keeping with a rural location like this. Equally, just wanted to address, Chair, you mentioned about the whole of the district in terms of affordable housing. I think that is the point. Mid Suffolk has 7,668 dwellings already approved as of January 2020. The affordable element of those is circa 900. There's only 663 people on the waiting list. That's 1.5 houses per person on the waiting list.
I'm not going to argue with you, Councillor, but what we need to do, are those all deliverable? Have you got every one of those down that are deliverable? And that's the crux of the matter. But I think what we really need to do at the moment is to take time out to try and pull together something of what we think you want, and see if we can get somewhere near to something suitable that will satisfy the reasoning that you're wanting to stop this. So what I'm asking is, we can have time out now. So I wonder if, Robert, you can time out all officers and the legal side, pull together something here to...
Yeah, should I set what time should... if I set a time of 38 minutes, say...
Chairman, can I come in at this... Yeah, if I could just come in. I mean, typically in these sort of situations, what we have done in the past is 5 minutes to reflect on reasoning between the proposer and seconder with officers, so that we understand what's being described. There's some policies on the table that I understand. There are some issues I think I'd probably want to pursue. Would it be appropriate for myself to have a separate, in these unusual circumstances, have a separate Skype conversation with the proposer and seconder of the motion whilst you adjourn the meeting, and then sort of use that to assist them on professional matters that they can then come back to you with something?
Most appropriate. I'm quite happy with that. So if Robert could adjourn the meeting, and Philip set that up at the moment.
Madam Chair, if I may, I'll just butt in and again say, well, because we're in uncharted territory here, and members of the public listening to this on YouTube might not be aware, but in a normal, dare I call it a normal committee meeting that we hope to be back to before much longer, we would adjourn the meeting and we'd physically go outside and invite to help the proposer and seconder, and that we're just doing that virtually, so it's perfectly proper and lawful.
Yes, absolutely. I think that was a very helpful explanation. So on that, if you just mute the committee meeting for us, Robert, and let Philip with Ian and the proposer and seconder have that short discussion.
So what I'll do, Chairman, and perhaps it's a question of timing, and probably if we allow a quarter of an hour, that will be sensible and helpful for me, maybe 10 minutes. I will separately Skype Councillor Stringer, Councillor Mellon, and Ian, so that we can have that separate conversation.
Right. Okay. Happy with that. And
okay,
you will inform me afterwards when you get back to it.
I'll come back to you just as soon as I can. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Chair, we're back.
Right, someone's having a cup of tea. So, Mr. Isbell, did you want to sort of spell out what was the result of your meeting? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yes, Councillors Mellon and Stringer have discussed with me their concerns and their issues, and we reviewed this together with Mr. Dupre. So, as things stand, I understand there to be two proposed reasons which Councillors Mellon and Stringer wish to put to committee. First one concerns sustainable development, and I'll read this verbatim so that there's clarity for the meeting. The proposed development lies outside the settlement boundary of Great Finborough, and the proposal would be within the countryside, contrary to policies CS1 and CS2 of the core strategy and local plan policy H7. Having regard to the absence of services and facilities within Great Finborough, it is foreseeable that future occupants would be reliant upon the private car with limited opportunity to maximise sustainable transport solutions, and the development therefore fails to comply with the requirements of paragraphs 8, 11 and 103 of the NPPF and the presumption in favour of sustainable development, having regard moreover to the harm identified to the historic environment. On this basis, the proposal is not considered to form sustainable development within the criteria set out by the NPPF. The proposal is, therefore, contrary to paragraphs 8, 11, 103, 193 and 196 of the NPPF, and contrary to policies CS1, CS2 and CS5 of the core strategy. But moreover, contrary to policies FC1 and FC 1.1 of the core strategy focused review, and policies H7 and HB1 of the Mid-Suffolk local plan. So that's the sustainable development reason which Councillors Mellon and Stringer have discussed with me. And then as regards the question of the listed building and the design matter, the wording that we have arrived at is as follows for a further reason for refusal here. The proposed development would be suburban in character and of inappropriate scale, design and mass relative to the adjacent streetscape, despite its location within a small and traditionally linear village. The inappropriate, overly varied and uninformed architecture of the dwellings, hard landscaping and boundary treatment contribute to this unsympathetic scheme which fails to reflect local character. The proposal would therefore fail to protect, preserve or enhance the character and appearance of the locality and therefore the setting and significance of the surrounding heritage assets, which would result in less than substantial harm to the setting and significance of the listed buildings, and which are not outweighed by public benefits having regard to the overall application circumstances. On that basis, the proposal is contrary to the requirements of section 66 of the Planning Listed Building Conservation Areas Act 1990 and the principles of the NPPF paragraphs 193, 196 and contrary to policies CS5 of the core strategy and policy HB1 of the Mid-Suffolk local plan. Now, Chairman, those are the reasons that were put by the two members. I did mention to them that were members minded to refuse this, it would be appropriate for the committee also to deal with the matter of flooding, because that's at the moment a matter which officers believe can be delegated for further resolution. So I would also suggest that if members are minded to take a vote on this, as they will need to, that we would add a further reason for refusal, which is that the application fails to demonstrate that development would not risk harm by reason of surface water flooding, having regard to the insufficient information to demonstrate a viable surface water drainage strategy, and that itself is contrary to paragraphs 8, 148, 163 and 165 of the NPPF and policy CS3 of the core strategy. Now, Chairman, you will obviously need Councillors Mellon and Stringer to agree to that as an amendment to their proposal, but as an officer advising committee, I would suggest that would be a prudent thing to do. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Well, I didn't manage to write that down, but I wrote a few policies down. But I would like to first of all come to Councillor Mellon. Are you happy that the additional 3 relating to the flooding is added to your refusal, please?
Yes, Chair, I'm happy with that.
And Councillor Stringer as seconder, are you happy with that?
Yeah, more than happy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. So we now have a proposal and a seconder, and we need to go round a second time before we take the vote. So with what's on the table before us, if anybody wants to make any further comment, can I come to first Councillor Caston?
Thank you very much, Chair. So with this unsustainable development side of this, I just feel that people don't always want to live in Stowmarket, yet this is a village right on the edge of Stowmarket with all the opportunities to use the services and everything within Stowmarket. I can understand if I can understand that there isn't a shop here, but I still think it's a very good position for tenants of affordable housing and council houses to be that close to services, but still in a village. The 6 metre houses outside the development, 6 metres is a very low roof line. I can't measure it, but I can look on Google Earth, and I know that a lorry's 5 metres. A telegraph pole, I should think, would be over 6 or 7, and the telegraph poles look a lot lower than the houses. So I'm not sure if this information that we're using is good enough to make this decision with. But I'll carry on and listen. But I'm at the moment, I can understand why councillors are looking at this sustainability and these other issues. For me, it's not enough to make me go with this proposal. But thank you. I'll wait to hear from the other councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Caston. That was very helpful. Councillor Gould.
Nothing to add, except that I'm minded to go with the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Humphreys.
Madam Chair, thank you. Yeah, it's a difficult one, this. And I get the point that Councillor Caston's made, actually, that this, in my mind, still remains sustainable. And I'll come on to why. Because it supports the local area, not just specifically Great Finborough, but Stowmarket, where there are great services, everything on offer, and actually connections to the wider world via the railway system or bus system. So sustainability, actually, I think is a bit tenable, to be honest with you, because it's only 2 to 2.5 miles away from the centre of Stowmarket and it's close to schools. I do have an issue with the dangerous road that leads in, which is the high road, which leads down into Stowmarket itself. But we are in a world where people, like it or not, do use cars regularly. And I would like to hope, and there's not enough information in the pack, that there would be provision for school buses to take them to Stowmarket schools, but I'm not sure where that fits. On the heritage side of it, we've got to be careful. This isn't similar to the last application, and as it is a separate application, stands on its own. So we can draw precedents and information from every application we've ever seen, but we have to judge this on its merits. And I believe that there are still concerns actually with the heritage of Buxhall Lodge, but they can be mitigated by conditioning of retaining the screening and improving the indigenous trees on the south and southwest area, so we could mitigate against it. I don't think there's a design issue here. I don't think it's a reason to turn it down. And we keep talking about a linear village. Well, in my mind, linear means straight or in line. Now, if we go back 70 years, you have got a true statement that the small village was linear along the road. So absolutely right. But in the last 70 years, it's been developed. And I look at the areas of the Chestnuts, Pilgrim's Way, Ash Close. They're the older developments. We then move further into the village itself. We've got Pettywood Close, fairly new, and actually the size of those buildings is probably consistent with the ones that are being proposed for this development. So I don't see the linear approach. I think that's a little bit flawed, because just looking at it on a map right now, it's circular, and I think that's been the case for a number of years. If you move further down High Road to the south, there's new developments there as well on the edge of the road, and they're quite considerably in height. So again, there are high buildings, not just the 6 metre ones that are just adjacent to that development. So I don't think that's an issue. Let me see another thing. Local needs, Stowmarket housing. We do need housing, otherwise we wouldn't be building. Stowmarket is an emerging and growing town. It's evolving, there's more businesses. And people need houses, and Councillor Caston is absolutely right. You may choose not to live in the centre of Stowmarket, but just 2 to 2.5 miles away, which is commutable for many by bicycle, which ticks the environmental and sustainable tick, or by car if you so wish. There are other significant developments in the area, one house being particularly close, less than 2 miles away. And in terms of supporting the local environment, I still believe that this is a sustainable location because the local amenities of Stowmarket are significant and are close enough to get there by bicycle or by car, and that the benefits this would bring to the village of Great Finborough, it may improve the pub and its economic output, but also the local businesses including Shepherd and Dog, Lakeside Cafe and all the shops etc. within Stowmarket itself. I'm actually minded not to go with the proposal and sit alongside Councillor Caston for the various reasons that I quoted.
Thank you for that. And now we come on to Councillor Mellon. If you'd like to make further comments, please do.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think I need to say much more, so I'll just leave the proposal to be debated further. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And Councillor Norris, would you like to speak to the proposal?
No, nothing further to add. I am quite happy with the reasons given for the recommendation for refusal. Thank you.
And Councillor Stringer, would you like to make any further comments?
No, nothing other than just to reiterate about the sustainability. Yes, we need the right affordables and the right houses in the right places. And it's a very, very difficult position when we're being offered affordables here with precious little in the way of infrastructure to support these people. They may be okay, but if they're not, it will become unsustainable, and we're building up problems for the future.
Thank you for those comments. And then Councillor Warboys, please.
I think it's a very well phrased proposal. I think it reflects what Great Finborough Parish Council said, in that they're supportive of growth, but it has to be sustainable and of good design. And this development in Great Finborough over and above is over and above what is acceptable and sustainable. I think in the long term we need to look at resilience in the local communities and promote good design and sustainability.
Thank you for that. And I will comment. I think indeed it is a very difficult one, and I hear everybody's reasoning for their thinking. But I also think that we've got this piece of land that will be used for development in the future. And I think that the officers have tried to work to fit appropriate development and hopefully not damage the area concerned. So I will actually not go along with Councillor Stringer's and Councillor Mellon's reasoning, but I do have reservations in these sort of situations. So let's go to the vote now, please. So Robert Carmichael, would you like to go through the vote, please?
Thank you, Chair. So I'll do the roll call in the same fashion. If you could please respond with for, against or abstain. So first off, Councillor Carston.
Against the proposal.
Councillor Gould.
For the proposal.
Councillor Guthrie.
Against the proposal.
Councillor Humphreys.
Against the proposal.
Councillor Mellon.
For the proposal.
Councillor Norris.
For the recommendation for refusal.
Councillor Stringer.
For.
And Councillor Warboys.
For the proposal.
So, Chair, I make that 5 votes to 3 in favour of the refusal. Mr. Dupre,
yes,
do you concur?
I agree, Mr. Carmichael. 5 to 3. It's the resolution is successfully passed. The resolution to refuse.
Well, thank you very much indeed. And can I just thank all participants to a rather unusual planning meeting, but I think we've got the resolutions through the correct process. I would just like to say a big thank you to everybody in the background who's worked on this as well. Also, the members were going to have a debriefing on how we've all done. Can you just indicate whether you're happy to continue once we've closed this meeting, because there are no further matters for the meeting. So could members just indicate they're happy to continue? Thank you.
Chair, just one more thing. We just to report there aren't any site visits as per the final item on the agenda.
Yes, absolutely. There are no site visits. Thank you. So the official meeting is now closed. Thank you.